Hello everyone, welcome to Tech with Shaping Pixel. Today in this video, we are going to cover Microsoft Azure Data Fundamentals DP900 Study Cram. If you haven't subscribed to our channel, please subscribe to Tech with Shaping Pixel. Let's start our video. Cloud Computing. Cloud computing is the provision of computing services, including servers, storage, databases, networking, software, analytics, and intelligence over the internet to provide rapid innovation, flexible resources, and economies of scale. Cloud computing is an on demand delivery of services over the internet. IT services which are managed by cloud are infrastructure, networking, databases, and storage. You typically pay only for the cloud services you use, helping to lower your operating costs, run your infrastructure more efficiently, and scale with your business needs. Need for cloud computing. Create, test, and build cloud native applications. Analyze, store backup, and recover data. Drive in intelligence. Stream audio video anytime, anywhere, and on any device. Benefits of cloud computing: cost optimization and speed, scalability, reliability, productivity, and flexibility, increased performance, and data security. Azure. What is Azure? Azure Cloud Computing refers to computing services which are offered and managed by Microsoft over the internet. Azure Cloud Platform is a collection of more than 200 products and cloud services designed to help you deliver new solutions to solve today's challenges and create tomorrow's. Build, deploy, and manage applications across multiple clouds, on premises, and at the edge with the tools and frameworks of your choice. Different types of cloud services. Cloud computing service models: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, serverless. Cloud computing service models. Infrastructure as a service. Infrastructure as a service gives you complete control over your cloud resources. In an infrastructure as a service model, hardware, network connectivity, and physical security are maintained by the cloud provider. Use case: infrastructure as a service is the ideal environment for managing and running testing and development cycles because of its powerful computing and networking capabilities. Platform as a service. In platform as a service, the cloud provider looks after the physical infrastructure, physical security, and internet connection in a platform as a service environment. In addition, they look after the middleware, operating systems, development tools, and business intelligence services that go into a cloud solution. Use case. Platform as a service enables developers to use pre-built software components to create applications. Software as a service. The most comprehensive cloud service model in terms of products is software as a service. Renting or using a fully functional application is what software as a service basically entails. Use case. Software as a service allows users to use business productivity applications and use cloud based email and messaging applications. Different types of cloud services. Serverless. In cloud computing, serverless architecture refers to a method that lets developers create and run apps without having to worry about maintaining the underlying server infrastructure. It doesn't mean that there aren't any servers. Rather, developers can concentrate entirely on writing code because the cloud provider looks after the servers. Serverless computing enables developers to build applications faster by eliminating the need to manage infrastructure. With serverless applications, the cloud service provider automatically provides, scales, and manages the infrastructure needed to run the code. Use case. Event driven scenarios, microservices, and applications with varying workloads. Microsoft Azure core data concepts. Data is present in many forms, such as in structures and formats, and has shown an exponential increase by the various systems, applications, and devices. In today's world, it's easier and cheaper for businesses to gather and store data. They use software to collect and analyze this information, helping them make important decisions and increase profits. Having good data skills is essential for any organization to succeed. Microsoft Azure core data concepts, common data formats, storage options, common data workloads, rules and responsibilities, Microsoft Azure Data Services. Common data formats. Data comes in various formats like structured, semi structured, and unstructured. Structured data adheres to a specific schema or model, making it easy to manage and predict. Semi structured data has some structure but allows flexibility. Unstructured data does not have a predefined schema. Types of data formats. Data is basically information like numbers or descriptions that we use to keep track of things. It's organized in structures that represent important parts of a business like customers, products, or sales orders. Each part usually has specific details like a customer's name, address, or phone number. Data can be classified into three types: structured, semi structured, and unstructured. Structured data. Structured data follows a set pattern or structure, meaning all the data has consistent fields or characteristics. Typically, This structured data is organized in tables where each row represents an individual piece of information and each column represents a specific detail or attribute. Features of structured data. Structured data conforms to a specific data model and has a well-defined structure. It follows a consistent sequence and can be easily accessed and used by both humans and computer programs. Structured data is typically stored in tabular formats such as databases and spreadsheets. Each data element corresponds to a specific field or column in the schema, and each record or row represents a specific instance of that data. For example, in a customer database, each record might have fields for the customer's name, address, phone number, or email address. Semi-structured data. Semi-structured data refers to the information that doesn't have a rigid structure like traditional databases but still exhibits some level of organization. Unlike structured data with fixed schemas, semi-structured data allows for variability in the structure between different instances. Example of semi-structured data is JSON, a format used to organize such information. Features of semi-structured data. Well-defined schema or data model. Table format. Clearly known symptoms. Easy access and querying. Unstructured data. Unstructured data refers to information that lacks a predefined data model or organization. Unlike structured data, which fits neatly into tables or databases with fixed schemas, unstructured data doesn't have a specific format or structure. It includes things like text documents, emails, social media posts, images, videos, and audio files. Features of unstructured data. Unstructured data does not conform to a specific data model or have an easily identifiable structure. It does not have a predefined format and does not fit well with rows and columns like structured data in databases. Examples of unstructured data include web pages, images, videos, memos, and reports. File storage. Storing data in files is essential for any computer system. Files can be kept on local hard drives or USB drives, but in many organizations, they are stored centrally in shared systems. Nowadays, the centralized storage often happens in the cloud, offering cost-effective, secure, and dependable storage for vast amounts of data. The choice of file format for storing data depends on ample factors such as the nature of the data, the requirements of applications and services that interact with the data, whether the data files need to be human readable or are optimized for efficient storage and processing. Storage options. Data can be stored in different ways. Files. Storing data in files is common. Databases. Structured data is often stored in relational databases like SQL Server, MySQL, and PostgreSQL. Delimited text files. Data is often stored in plain text format with specific separators between fields and rows. The most widely used format is called comma-separated values, in which rows conclude with a carriage return or new line and fields are separated by commas. Tab-separated values and space delimited formats in which fields are separated by tabs or spaces, are two other popular formats. JavaScript Object Notation. JSON is a widely used format for structuring data in a human-readable way. It's commonly used for transmitting data between a web server and a web application, as well as for storing configuration data. Extensible Markup Language. XML is a way to organize and move data. It uses tags to label pieces of information, forming a hierarchy like a tree. XML is great for sharing data between systems because it's easy for both people and computers to understand. Binary large object. In simpler terms, all files are actually stored as ones and zeros. But in human-readable formats, these binary digits are converted into printable characters using encoding schemes like ASCII or Unicode. Optimized file formats. While human-readable file formats for structured and semi-structured data are handy, they are not always the most efficient for storage and processing. Specialized formats like Avro, ORC, and Parquet have been developed to optimize these tasks. Avro stores data in rows with a JSON header, making it good for compression and minimizing storage needs. ORC organizes data into columns for faster read and write operations, commonly used with data warehouse systems like Apache Hive. Parquet is also columnar, organizing data into row groups for efficient processing and supporting nested data types with effective compression. What is a database? A database serves as a centralized system for storing and accessing data through queries. While the file system can be seen as a basic form of database, in professional data contexts, a database typically refers to a dedicated system designed specifically for managing data records, offering enhanced functionality beyond simple file storage. Types of databases. Relational databases. Relational databases are widely utilized for storing and retrieving structured data. Information is gathered into tables, each representing a specific entity like customers or products. Every entity instance is given a primary key for unique identification, which is then used to link related data across different tables. For example, in a relational database, a customer's primary key can be linked to a sales order record, showing which customer made the purchase. This referencing of keys helps maintain data normalization by reducing redundant information. For instance, storing a customer's details only once rather than duplicating them for every order. Tables are handled and queried using structured query language. Non-relational databases. Non-relational databases, also known as NoSQL databases, diverge from traditional relational databases by not adhering to a strict relational schema. While many NoSQL databases support SQL-like languages, they offer flexibility in data modeling and storage structures, making them suitable for handling diverse data types and scale horizontally. They are basically of four types, and they are as follows. Key value databases store records as pairs of unique keys and associated values, accommodating data in any format. This structure provides simplicity and flexibility in managing and retrieving data, making key value databases suitable for various applications and use cases. Document databases are a specialized type of key value database where each value is a JSON document optimized for efficient parsing and querying. This design enables flexible data modeling and querying, making document databases well suited for handling complex and evolving data structures in modern applications. Column family databases organize tabular data into rows and columns, similar to traditional databases, but with the added flexibility of dividing columns into groups called column families. Graph databases store entities as nodes interconnected by links, representing relationships between them. This structure enables efficient storage and traversal of complex relationships, making graph databases ideal for applications requiring rich and interconnected data models such as social networks, recommendation systems, and network analysis. Common data workloads: transactional versus analytical. Transactional data processing focuses on real time operations such as updating records or processing transactions. Analytical data processing involves querying and analyzing large datasets for insights. Azure offers services such as Azure SQL Database for transactions and Azure Synapse Analytics for analytics. Transactional data processing. Transactional data processing systems are the backbone of business computing, focusing on recording specific events that organizations need to track. These transactions can range from financial activities like fund transfers in banking to retail operations such as processing customer payments. Each transaction represents a discrete unit of work. OLTP, Online Transactional Processing. Transactional systems, also known as online transactional processing systems, manage large volumes of transactions, often handling millions in a day. These systems prioritize rapid access to data, ensuring efficient processing of business operations. OLTP relies on databases optimized for efficient read and write operations to handle transactional workloads, including CRUD operations. These operations are executed transactionally to maintain data integrity. OLTP systems enforce ACID semantics to ensure reliable and secure transaction processing. ACID properties: atomicity. Transactions are viewed as cohesive units, either executing entirely or not at all. If any part of a transaction fails, the entire transaction is rolled back, ensuring data consistency and integrity. Consistency. Concurrent transactions operate independently without impacting each other, ensuring that the database remains in a consistent state despite simultaneous operations. Isolation. Simultaneous transactions run independently, ensuring they don't disrupt each other and always lead to a stable and coherent database state. Durability. Once a transaction is committed, its changes are permanent and resilient. Analytical data processing. Analytical data processing involves systems optimized for reading large volumes of historical data or business metrics. These systems are typically read only or read mostly, focusing on analyzing data rather than making frequent updates. Analytics can be performed on snapshots of data at specific points in time or on a series of snapshots to identify trends and patterns over time. The architecture of an analytical processing system can vary, but for enterprise scale analytics, a common structure often includes the following components: Operational data undergoes an extract, transform, load process, funneling into a data lake for analysis. In a Spark-based data lakehouse or a relational data warehouse, data is organized into tables. This data may then be aggregated and transformed into an online analytical processing model, computing aggregated measures across various dimensions. Data stored across the data lake, data warehouse, and analytical models is accessible for querying to generate reports, visualizations, and dashboards. Data lakes. They are referred to extensive large analytical processing scenarios where a large amount of data with respect to files can be collected and analyzed. Data warehouse. Data warehouses serve as a proven method of data in a relational schema optimized for read operations, primarily supporting and data visualizing queries. Data lakehouse. Data lakehouse represent a newer approach, merging the scalable storage capabilities of a data lake with the relational querying features of a data warehouse. While maintaining the flexibility and scalability of a data lake, they introduce relational querying semantics. To enhance query performance, the table schema may necessitate some denormalization, which involves duplicating data from OLTP sources. OLAP models offer aggregated data storage tailored for analytical tasks, facilitating drill up or down capabilities across dimensions. For instance, users can analyze total sales by region, city, or individual address. As OLAP data is pre-aggregated, queries to retrieve summaries are executed swiftly. In data analytics, an OLAP model facilitates aggregated data storage optimized for analytical tasks. Users at different stages. Data scientists explore and model data in the data lake. Data analysts query the data warehouse for complex reports. Business users access pre-aggregated data via reports or dashboards for decision making. Data workloads, roles and responsibilities. A diverse range of roles exists in data management, blending business, engineering, and research functions. While organizational definitions may vary, common roles include business analysts, data scientists, data engineers, and hybrid roles, each with distinct tasks and responsibilities. Data analysts analyze data, create reports, and gain insights. Data engineers design and build data pipelines, ETL processes, and data warehouses. Database administrators manage databases, ensure performance, and maintain security. Developers work with data APIs, build applications, and integrate data services. Solution architects design end-to-end data solutions using Azure services. Following roles that deal with the data in the organizations. Database administrator. A database administrator oversees the design, implementation, and maintenance of database systems both on-premises and in the cloud. They ensure databases operate smoothly, optimize performance, and collaborate with stakeholders to establish backup and recovery protocols. Additionally, they manage data security, granting appropriate access privileges to users while safeguarding sensitive information. Data engineer. A data engineer collaborates with stakeholders to design and deploy data workflows, encompassing tasks like data ingestion, cleansing, and storage for analytics. They leverage diverse data platform technologies, from databases to file stores, to manage data effectively, ensuring data privacy across cloud and on-premises environments. They oversee pipeline management and monitoring for optimal performance. Data analyst. A data analyst empowers businesses to leverage their data assets effectively. They analyze data to uncover patterns, create analytical models, and facilitate advanced analytics through reports and visualizations. By translating raw data into actionable insights aligned with business needs, they enable informed decision making. Microsoft Azure Data Services. Microsoft Azure serves as a robust cloud platform, driving applications and IT infrastructure for global enterprises. Offering a wide array of services, it caters to diverse cloud needs, encompassing both transactional and analytical data workloads. Azure offers a variety of services for data professionals. Azure SQL Database, a managed relational database service. Azure Cosmos DB, a globally distributed NoSQL database. Azure Data Lake Storage, scalable storage for big data and analytics. Azure Databricks, a collaborative analytics platform. Azure Synapse Analytics, an integrated analytics service for big data and data warehousing. Azure Stream Analytics, real-time data processing. Azure Machine Learning, for building and running ML models. Below are some frequently utilized Azure cloud services for data. Azure SQL DB. Azure SQL encompasses a range of relational database solutions built on the Microsoft SQL Server engine. Azure SQL includes various relational database solutions like Azure SQL Database, Azure SQL Managed Instance, and Azure SQL VM. Database administrators set up and manage these systems for business applications. Data engineers use Azure SQL databases to extract, transform, and load transactional data into analytical systems. Data analysts query Azure SQL databases for reports, while in larger organizations, data is combined with other sources for enterprise analytics. Azure Database for open source relational databases. Azure offers managed services for popular open source relational database systems. Azure Database for MySQL, user-friendly database commonly used in LAMP stack apps. Azure Database for MariaDB, performance-optimized DB system compatible with Oracle DB. Azure Database for PostgreSQL, a hybrid relational object database supporting both relational and custom data types. Database administrators manage these systems for transactional applications, while data engineers and analysts use them as data sources for analytical solutions and reports. Azure Cosmos DB. Azure Cosmos DB is a large-scale NoSQL database system that supports various APIs, allowing storage of data in different formats like JSON documents, key value pairs, column families, and graphs. In organizations, database administrators or software developers may handle provisioning and management of Cosmos DB instances. Data engineers integrate Cosmos DB data into analytical solutions, enabling modeling and reporting by data analysts. Azure Storage. Azure Storage is an essential Azure service allowing you to store data in different ways. Blob containers store binary files efficiently and at a low cost. File shares share files over a network similar to those in corporate networks. Tables store data quickly in key value pairs, ideal for applications needing fast data access. Data engineers use Azure Storage to host data lakes, which organize files and folders for easy management in a distributed file system. Azure Stream Analytics. Azure Stream Analytics is a tool on Azure that processes data streams in real time. It takes data from a source, applies a query to extract and modify it, and then sends the results to another place for analysis or more work. Data engineers use Azure Stream Analytics to fit into data analytics systems that collect streaming data for use in analytics or to show data in real time. Azure Data Explorer. Azure Data Explorer is a fully managed, high-performance big data analytics platform that makes it easy to analyze high volumes of data in near real time. The Azure Data Explorer toolbox gives you an end-to-end solution for data ingestion, query, visualization, and management. With Azure Data Explorer, you can ingest terabytes of data in minutes in batch or streaming mode. You can query petabytes of data with results returned within milliseconds to seconds. Azure Data Explorer provides high velocity, low latency, and linear scale ingestion of raw data. Microsoft Purview. Microsoft Purview helps big companies manage their data better. It creates a map of all the data a company has and tracks where it comes from and where it goes. This helps find reliable data for analysis and reports. Data engineers use Microsoft Purview to make sure data is managed well across the company. This makes sure the data used for analysis is accurate and reliable. Microsoft Azure Relational Data Considerations. Relational data. Introduction to relational data. In a relational database, data is organized into tables, each representing a different entity like customers or products. Rows and tables store specific information about each entity, while columns define the categories of data. Tables ensure structured data organization, with columns allowing flexibility for optimal information. Relational data. The main characteristics of a relational database are: all data is tabular. Entities are modeled as tables. Each instance of an entity is a row in the table, and each property is defined as a column. All rows in the same table have the same set of columns. A table can contain any number of rows. A primary key uniquely identifies each row in a table. No two rows can share the same primary key. A foreign key references rows in another related table. For each value in the foreign key column, there should be a row with the same value in the corresponding primary key column in the other table. Normalization. Normalization is the process of organizing data in a database efficiently. It involves breaking down a database into smaller, manageable parts and structuring those parts to reduce redundancy and dependency. This helps ensure data integrity and makes the database easier to maintain and use. Why normalization is used? Suppose we have a database for a school. In this database, we want to keep track of students and the subjects they are enrolled in. Initially, we might create a single table called student info with the following columns. Each row in this table represents a student, and the columns hold information about each student's ID, name, address, and the subjects they are enrolled in. However, this approach has some problems. Redundancy. If a student takes more than 3 subjects, we would need to add more columns to accommodate them. This can lead to wasted space and make the table harder to manage. Dependency. The information about subjects is mixed with information about students. If we need to update the details of a subject, we would have to update multiple rows in the table, leading to potential inconsistencies. To address these issues, we can normalize the database. We can create separate tables for students and subjects and establish a relationship between them using foreign keys. First, we create a students table with columns for student ID, name, and address. Each row in this table represents a unique student. Second, we create a subjects table with columns for subject ID and subject name. Each row in this table represents a unique subject. Finally, we create a third table called enrollments with columns for student ID and subject ID. This table serves as a bridge between the students and subjects tables, indicating which students are enrolled in which subjects. This normalized structure eliminates redundancy by storing each piece of data once and establishes a clear relationship between students and subjects. It also makes the database more flexible and easier to maintain. Structured Query Language. SQL is short for Structured Query Language. It's a tool used to talk to relational databases. You use it to ask questions or make changes to the information stored in a database. Almost all big databases understand SQL. It's like a common language that helps computer understand what you want to do with the data. Common SQL statements. Some examples of DBMS which use SQL are Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL, PostgreSQL, MariaDB, and Oracle. You can use SQL to do almost everything you need with a database, like getting data, adding new data, changing existing data, or even creating and deleting entire databases. While there are standard SQL performs CRUD operations, different database systems often have their own extra features. These extras help with things like security and customizing how the database works. Different dialects of SQL include Transact SQL, used in Microsoft SQL Server and Azure SQL services. PGSQL, implemented in PostgreSQL. PL or SQL, used in Oracle databases, standing for Procedural Language or SQL. There are 3 types of SQL statements. Data definition language. You use DDL statements to create, change, or delete tables and other database objects like stored procedures and views. Some common DDL statements are create, make a new object in the database like a table or a view. Alter, change the structure of the object like adding a new column to a table. Drop, get rid of objects from the database. Rename, change the name of object that already exists. The drop statement is strong because it deletes things permanently. If you drop a table, all its data disappears forever unless you have a backup copy. Data control language. Database administrators use DCL statements to handle who can access what in a database. They grant, deny, or revoke permissions for specific users or groups. The three main DCL statements are grant, give permission for certain actions. Deny, refuse permission for certain actions. Revoke, take back previously granted permissions. Data manipulation language. DML statements are used to work with the rows and tables. You can insert new rows, edit existing rows, and retrieve data using these statements. If you decide you no longer need a row, you can also delete it. DML statements are as follows. Select, get rows from a table. Insert, add new rows to a table. Update, change data in existing rows. Delete, remove existing rows from a table. Database objects. Apart from tables, a relational database can include other components to enhance data management, streamline tasks, and boost performance, and those components are as follows. View. A view in a database is a virtual representation of data derived from the results of a select query. For example, creating a view named Employee Info that displays selected columns from an employee's table. Stored procedure. Stored procedure is a pre-compiled set of SQL statements that are stored in a database and assigned a name. This allows SQL query to be easily executed and reused multiple times without the need for rewriting and recompiling it each time. An example of a stored procedure in SQL might be a procedure named getEmployeeDetails that retrieves information about employees from a database. Index. Index is used to look for the data in the table. Creating an index involves sorting and storing column data with pointers to table rows. When querying by the indexed column, the database uses it to quickly retrieve data, avoiding the need to scan the entire table. Index command in SQL is used to create the index of the table and creates a tree-based structure to find the data in no time. Index. Azure SQL services and capabilities. SQL Server on Azure Virtual Machines. An Azure Virtual Machine running SQL Server offers infrastructure as a service, virtualizing hardware infrastructure for compute, storage, and networking. This makes it ideal for migrating existing on-premises SQL Server installations to the cloud via lift and shift. Azure SQL Managed Instance, a platform as a service offering providing high compatibility with on-premises SQL Server instances, abstracting hardware and OS. It includes automated updates, backups, and maintenance, minimizing administrative tasks for database server management. Azure SQL Database, a highly scalable, fully managed platform as a service database service designed for cloud environments, offering core capabilities of on-premises SQL Server. Ideal for new cloud-based applications. Azure SQL Edge, SQL engine tailored for IoT applications, handling streaming time series data. SQL Server on virtual machines. SQL Server on Azure virtual machines offer full SQL Server functionality in the cloud, eliminating the need to manage on-premises hardware. This approach supports lift and shift migrations with minimal changes, making it suitable for applications requiring access to specific operating system features. SQL Server on virtual machines. SQL Server on a virtual machine allows for full control and flexibility in developing and testing SQL Server applications. It's an optimal choice when organizations already possess IT resources for managing virtual machines. This approach facilitates rapid development and testing without the need for on-premises hardware. Supports lift and shift migrations with minimal changes. Offers scalability by easily adjusting resources like memory, CPU, and disk space. Business benefits. Cost efficiency. SQL Server on virtual machines eliminates the need for on-premises hardware, reducing capital expenditures associated with purchasing and maintaining physical servers. Rapid deployment. Virtual machines enable quick deployment of SQL Server instances, facilitating faster time to market for applications and services. Disaster recovery and high availability. Virtual machines support disaster recovery and high availability configurations, ensuring business continuity and data protection. Compatibility. SQL Server on virtual machines provides compatibility with existing applications and tools, facilitating seamless migration and integration with existing infrastructure. Azure SQL Database Managed Instance. Azure SQL Managed Instance offers a fully controllable SQL Server instance in the cloud, allowing for multiple databases on the same instance. It automates backups, software patching, and monitoring while providing complete control over security and resource allocation. Dependencies on Azure services include Azure Storage for backups, Azure Event Hubs for telemetry, and Azure Key Vault for transparent data encryption, ensuring secure and reliable operation. All communications are encrypted and signed using certificates with constant verification for trustworthiness through certificate revocation lists to protect data integrity. Business benefits: simplified management, automated backups, software patching, and monitoring reduce administrative overhead, allowing IT teams to focus on strategic initiatives rather than routine maintenance tasks. Scalability allows for easy scaling of resources to accommodate changing workload demands, ensuring optimal performance and availability without over provisioning. Flexibility supports multiple databases on the same instance, providing flexibility in application architecture and database consolidation. Azure SQL Database Azure SQL Database is a highly scalable, fully managed platform as a service database service designed for cloud environments, offering core capabilities of on premises SQL Server, ideal for new cloud based applications. Two forms of Azure SQL database are as follows. Single database. This option allows for quick setup and management of a single SQL Server database in the cloud. Microsoft handles server management while users configure databases and manage data. Resources can be pre allocated or specified in a serverless configuration. Automatic scaling ensures optimal resource allocation and privacy is maintained by Microsoft. Elastic Pool. This option, known as Elastic Pool, allows multiple databases to share resources like memory, storage, and processing power, reducing costs and optimizing resource utilization. Users create a pool for their databases, ensuring dedicated access to shared resources. Elastic Pool is beneficial for managing databases with fluctuating resource demands. Business benefits: cost efficiency, pay as you go pricing model, and options for resource optimization, reducing overall costs associated with database management. Security: enterprise grade security features such as data encryption, threat detection, and access controls help protect sensitive data and ensure compliance with industry regulations. Rapid development: integration with Azure services and development tools facilitates rapid application development and deployment, accelerating time to market. Azure Database Services for open source database systems. MySQL. MySQL, an open source relational database management system, stands out for its cost effectiveness, robust features, and widespread adoption. Its open source nature fosters a collaborative community, driving innovation and customization. MySQL comes in three editions: Community, Standard, and Enterprise. The Community Edition, popular for web applications on Linux and Windows, is free. Standard Edition offers improved performance with a different data storage technology. Enterprise Edition provides advanced tools like enhanced security and scalability. Azure Database for MySQL. Azure Database for MySQL is a platform as a service offering in Azure based on MySQL Community Edition. It includes high availability and scalability with pay as you go pricing. Automatic backups and point in time restore are included. Connection security and configurable server parameters are provided. It offers a global database system without managing hardware or administration tasks, though some security and administrative functions are managed by Azure. Benefits of Azure Database for MySQL are as follows: built in high availability, increased performance, scalability on demand, robust security, automated backups and point-in-time restore, flexible pricing model, and comprehensive monitoring and alerting. MariaDB. MariaDB, developed by the original creators of MySQL, is a modern database management system optimized for enhanced performance. It offers compatibility with Oracle database and stands out for its built-in support for temporal data. This feature allows tables to retain multiple versions of data, enabling applications to query historical data effectively. PostgreSQL. PostgreSQL is a versatile hybrid relational object database system that combines the structure of relational tables with the flexibility of custom data types. It supports storing and manipulating geometric data like lines and polygons. PostgreSQL is extensible, allowing the addition of core modules that can be executed by queries. It uses its query language called PGSQL, a variant of SQL, enabling the creation of stored procedures within the database. Azure Database for MariaDB. Azure Database for MariaDB is a managed service in Azure built on MariaDB Community Edition. Azure handles all management tasks requiring minimal administration after provisioning and data transfer. Benefits of Azure Database for MariaDB are as follows: free built-in high availability, predictable performance with pay-as-you-go pricing, instant scalability, secure data protection, automatic backups and point-in-time restore for 35 days, enterprise-level security and compliance. Azure Database for PostgreSQL. Azure Database for PostgreSQL is a platform as a service offering designed to run PostgreSQL in the Azure cloud. It delivers comparable benefits to the MySQL service, including availability, performance, scaling, security, and administrative ease. Azure Database for PostgreSQL Flexible Server. The Flexible Server Deployment option for PostgreSQL is a fully managed database service in Azure. It offers extensive control over server configurations and customization options while also providing features for cost optimization. Benefits are as follows: ensures high availability with built-in failure detection and failover mechanisms. Users can leverage familiar tools like pgadmin to manage and monitor databases. Microsoft Azure Non-relational data considerations. Azure Blob Storage. Azure Blob Storage is Microsoft's cloud storage service that allows you to store large amounts of unstructured data, such as text or binary data, in the cloud. In Azure storage accounts, blobs are stored in containers, which group related blobs together. Access control for reading and writing blobs is managed at the container level. Within containers, blobs can be organized in a virtual folder hierarchy. However, these folders are virtual and don't support folder-level access control or bulk operations. Types of blob storage are block blobs. A block blob is comprised of blocks, each up to 4000 MIB. It can hold up to 190.7 TIB with a maximum size exceeding 5000 MIB. Blocks are the smallest units for read or write operations. Block blobs are ideal for storing large, binary objects that can change rarely. Page blobs. A page blob consists of fixed size 512 byte pages and supports random read or write operations at the page level. It can store up to 8 TB of data and is commonly used for virtual disk storage and Azure virtual machines. Append blobs. An append blob is a type of block blob designed for append operations, allowing only adding blocks to the end. Each block can be up to 4 MB, and the maximum size of an append blob is over 195 GB. Access tiers in blob storage are hot tier. It's an online tier optimized for storing frequently accessed or modified data. The hot tier has the highest storage costs but the lowest access costs. Cool tier. It's an online tier optimized for storing rarely accessed or modified data. Data on cool tier should be stored for at least 30 days. A cool tier has lower storage costs and higher access costs compared to a hot tier. Cold tier. It's an online tier optimized for storing data that is rarely accessed or modified, but still requires fast retrieval. Data in cold tier should be stored for at least 90 days. A cold tier has lower storage costs and higher access costs compared to a cold tier. Archive tier. It's an offline tier optimized for storing data that is accessed infrequently and has flexible latency requirements on the order of hours. Data in the archive tier should be stored for at least 180 days. Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. Azure Data Lake Store and Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 are services for storing hierarchical data in analytical data lakes used by big data solutions. Gen 2 is integrated into Azure Storage, offering scalability of blob storage, cost control of storage tiers, and compatibility with major analytical systems while retaining hierarchical file system capabilities. Services such as Hadoop in Azure HD Insight, Azure Databricks, and Azure Synapse Analytics can utilize Azure Data Lake Store Gen 2 as a distributed file system to process large data volumes. Azure File Storage. Azure Files provide fully managed file shares in the cloud, accessible via the industry standard Server Message Block Protocol, Network File System Protocol, and the Azure Files REST API. Azure Files provide cloud-based network shares similar to on-premises file shares, facilitating access to files for multiple users and applications. Azure file shares can be mounted simultaneously through cloud or on-premises deployments. By leveraging Azure Files, organizations can eliminate hardware costs and maintenance overhead while enjoying high availability and scalable cloud storage for files. Azure Files are created within a storage account and allow sharing up to 100 TB of data. This data can be distributed across multiple file shares. Each file can be up to 1 TB in size, with quotas available to limit share size. Azure File Storage supports up to 2000 concurrent connections per shared file. Once a storage account is created, files can be uploaded to Azure File Storage via the Azure portal or tools like EasyCopy. Azure File Sync service can be used to synchronize local copies of shared files with data in Azure File Storage. Azure File Storage has two performance tiers: Standard, utilizing hard disk based hardware, and Premium, using solid-state disks for higher throughput at a higher cost. Network sharing protocols. Server message block. SMB file sharing is widely used across various operating systems, including Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Network file system. NFS shares are utilized by certain Linux and Mac OS versions. Creating an NFS share requires a premium tier storage account and configuring a virtual network for access control. Azure Table Storage. Azure Table Storage is a NoSQL database service where data is organized into tables, with each table containing key value pairs. Each pair is represented by a row, which contains columns for storing data fields. Azure Table Storage is highly scalable, offers high availability, and is suitable for storing semi-structured data such as key value pairs or entities with properties. Each row in an Azure table must have a unique key consisting of a partition key and a row key. Azure Table Storage lacks features such as foreign keys, relationships, stored procedures, and views. Data is denormalized, with each row typically containing all the data for a logical entity. In contrast to relational databases, Azure Table Storage doesn't split information across multiple rows and tables. It's commonly used for applications requiring fast access to large volumes of data, such as web applications, IoT devices, and login systems. Azure Table Storage enhances access speed by partitioning tables. Partitioning groups rows based on a common property or partition key, ensuring rows with the same key are stored together. Partitioning not only organizes data but also enhances scalability and performance in the following manners. Partitions operate independently, capable of dynamically adjusting in size as rows are added to or removed from them. There is no limit to the number of partitions a table can accommodate. Including the partition key in search criteria reduces the data volume examined, enhancing performance by minimizing I/O operations needed to locate the data. Azure Cosmos DB. Azure Cosmos DB is a globally distributed multi-model database service offered by Microsoft Azure. It's designed to provide high availability, low latency, and scalability for building modern, globally distributed applications. Azure Cosmos DB supports multiple APIs, allowing developers to work with data using familiar programming semantics. The internal data structure is abstracted, enabling seamless storage and querying of data using various APIs. Cosmos DB leverages indexes and partitioning for fast read and write performance, scaling seamlessly to handle massive data volumes. It's designed to provide high availability, low latency, and scalability for building modern globally distributed applications. Scenarios to use Cosmos DB. Cosmos DB is a highly scalable database service in Azure, managing partition space automatically and maintaining indexes without administrative overhead. It's utilized by major Microsoft products like Skype and Xbox for global scale applications. Ideal for scenarios needing high scalability and global availability. Scenarios are as follows. Cosmos DB is ideal for IoT and telematics applications handling large data ingestions effectively. It seamlessly integrates with analytics services like Azure Machine Learning, Azure HD Insight, and Power BI for data analysis. Real-time data processing is also possible using Azure functions triggered by incoming data. In retail and marketing, Cosmos DB is employed by Microsoft for its e-commerce platforms within the Windows Store and Xbox Live. It's a go-to choice in the retail sector for catalog data storage and event sourcing in order processing pipelines. In the gaming industry, the database tier plays a vital role in delivering personalized content, such as in-game stats and leaderboards via the cloud. Games require low latencies for responsive gameplay and must handle sudden surges in request rates during launches and updates. A fast and scalable database solution like Cosmos DB is essential for ensuring an immersive gaming experience. Azure Cosmos DB is frequently integrated into web and mobile applications, offering robust capabilities for modeling social interactions, third-party service integration, and creating personalized experiences. Its SDKs empower developers to craft feature-rich iOS and Android apps using the widely adopted Xamarin framework. Azure Cosmos DB for Table. Azure Cosmos DB for Table is a high-performance, scalable solution tailored for key-value table data akin to Azure Table Storage but with superior scalability and performance capabilities. You can utilize the Table API with language-specific SDKs to access your service endpoint and fetch data from the table. Azure Cosmos DB APIs. Azure Cosmos DB is a fully managed, serverless distributed database by Microsoft, supporting relational and non-relational workloads. Developers can quickly build or migrate applications using preferred open-source engines like PostgreSQL, MongoDB, and Apache Cassandra, selected upon instance, provisioning based on data type and developer expertise. Azure Cosmos DB for NoSQL. Microsoft's native non-relational service designed for the document data model is called Azure Cosmos DB for NoSQL. It offers a smooth experience by handling data in JSON document format with efficiency and using SQL syntax for data manipulation in a novel way. Azure Cosmos DB for Apache Cassandra. Azure Cosmos DB for Apache Cassandra is compatible with the widely used Apache Cassandra, an open-source database employing a column family storage structure. While column families resemble tables in a relational database, they offer flexibility by not requiring every row to have same columns. Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB. Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB allows developers to utilize MongoDB client libraries and code seamlessly within Azure Cosmos DB. MongoDB, a widely used open-source database, stores data in binary JSON format. Its query language employs a compact, object-oriented syntax, simplifying data manipulation through method calls. Azure Cosmos DB for PostgreSQL. Azure Cosmos DB for PostgreSQL is a globally distributed, native PostgreSQL database that scales effortlessly to meet your app's demands. It automatically shards data for high scalability. You can begin building apps on a single node server group, just like with PostgreSQL, elsewhere, and seamlessly scale to multiple nodes as needed. PostgreSQL, a relational database management system, allows you to define relational tables of data. Azure Cosmos DB for Apache Gremlin. Azure Cosmos DB for Apache Gremlin is designed for working with graph structured data, where entities are represented as vertices, forming nodes in a connected graph. These nodes are linked by edges, representing relationships between them. Analytics workload on Microsoft Azure. Data warehousing architecture. Large scale data analytics architecture typically consists of several core components, although the specific technologies employed may vary. The key elements typically include are data ingestion and processing. Data from various sources, including transactional data stores, files, and real time streams, is loaded into either a data lake or a relational data warehouse. This loading process typically involves extract, transform, and load or extract, load, and transform operations where data is cleaned, filtered, and restructured for analysis. In ETL, transformation occurs before loading, whereas in ELT, data is first loaded and then transformed. Regardless of the approach, the resulting data structure is optimized for analytical queries. Data processing is carried out by distributed systems capable of parallel processing using multi node clusters to handle high data volumes effectively. Includes batch processing for static data and real time processing for streaming data. Data ingestion pipelines. A data ingestion pipeline in Azure is a series of automated processes and workflows designed to collect, process, and load data from various sources into Azure data storage services. These pipelines play a critical role in modern data architectures, enabling organizations to ingest large volumes of data from diverse sources efficiently and reliably. In Azure, large scale data ingestion is effectively managed through orchestrated ETL processes facilitated by pipelines. Azure Data Factory serves as a robust tool for creating and executing these pipelines, while Azure Synapse Analytics or Microsoft Fabric offer similar capabilities within a unified workspace for comprehensive data analytics management. Pipelines in Azure consist of activities that operate on data, with input datasets providing source data and activities defining data flows to incrementally manipulate the data until an output dataset is generated. These pipelines seamlessly connect to external data sources, enabling integration with a diverse range of data services. Analytical data store. An analytical data store serves as a repository for structured data optimized for analytical queries and reporting. It typically stores historical data aggregated from various sources, including transactional databases, files, and real time streams. Large scale analytics data stores encompass relational data warehouses, file system based data lakes, and hybrid architectures blending features of both, often referred to as data lakehouses or lake databases. Analytical data model. While data analysts and data scientists can directly access data in the analytical data store, it's typical to create one or more pre aggregated data models for producing reports, dashboards, and interactive visualizations. These models, often referred to as cubes, aggregate numeric data values across dimensions. They encapsulate relationships between data values and dimensional entities to facilitate drill up or drill down analysis. Data warehouse and data lake storages. Data warehouse. A data warehouse is a relational database optimized for data analytics, not transactional workloads. Data from transactional stores is transformed into a schema suited for analytics. Numeric values are stored in central fact tables related to dimension tables representing entities for aggregation. Example: sales order data in a fact table can be aggregated by customer, product, store, and time dimensions. This schema is known as a star schema, often extended into a snowflake schema by adding tables for dimensional hierarchies. Example: product related to product categories. These ideal for structured schemas and SQL based querying of transactional data. Data warehouse and data lake storages. Azure Synapse Analytics. Azure Synapse Analytics is a comprehensive solution tailored for large scale data analytics, integrating various technologies and capabilities. It's a unified platform as a service. It's a complete data analytics solution on Azure, offering various capabilities. Pipelines move and transform data using the same technology as Azure Data Factory. SQL, a powerful database engine for data warehousing. Apache Spark, process large scale data using different programming languages. Azure Synapse Data Explorer, analyze log and telemetry data in real time using custom query language. Data engineers can use Azure Synapse Analytics to create a unified data analytics solution, combining data pipelines, data warehousing, and data lake storage. Data analysts can explore and analyze data using SQL and Spark pools, and integrate with services like Azure Machine Learning and Power BI to gain insights from the data. Features: it merges the reliability of a scalable, high performance SQL server based relational data warehouse with the versatility of a data lake and Apache Spark. Native support for log and telemetry analytics is provided through Azure Synapse Data Explorer pools. Built-in data pipelines facilitate data ingestion and transformation processes seamlessly. All Azure Synapse Analytics services are accessible and managed through a unified user interface known as Azure Synapse Studio. Azure Synapse Studio allows users to create interactive notebooks combining Spark code and Markdown content. Synapse Analytics offers a unified analytics solution within the Azure ecosystem, ideal for organizations seeking a cohesive approach to data analytics. Azure Databricks. Azure Databricks is a cloud based implementation of the Databricks platform renowned for its comprehensive data analytics capabilities. Built on Apache Spark, Databricks offers native SQL functionalities and specialized Spark clusters optimized for data analytics and data science workloads. It features an interactive user interface for system management and data exploration via interactive notebooks. Azure Databricks is a strategic choice for organizations leveraging existing expertise with the platform or operating in a multi cloud environment. Its compatibility across multiple cloud platforms makes it an attractive option for those seeking a cloud portable analytical solution. Azure Databricks is like a special version of Databricks that works seamlessly with Azure. It combines Apache Spark, SQL databases, and a management interface for big data analytics. Data engineers can use Azure Databricks to build analytical data stores using their existing skills with Databricks and Spark. Data analysts can query and visualize data using the easy to use notebook feature in Azure Databricks, all within a web based interface. Big data analytics and AI with optimized Apache Spark. Microsoft Fabric. Microsoft Fabric is an all in one analytics solution for enterprises that covers everything from data movement to data science, real time analytics, and business intelligence. It provides comprehensive services including data lake, data engineering, and data integration in one place. Microsoft Fabric is a complete analytics platform that handles bringing in and organizing data, analyzing data in a unified system, supporting data science and machine learning, real time analytics, visualizing data, and managing data securely. Microsoft Fabric simplifies scalable analytics by offering a unified software as a service solution. Instead of juggling multiple services and interfaces, Fabric provides a single easy to understand product for setting up, managing, and accessing data. Fabric's Spun Lake architecture serves as a centralized environment akin to OneDrive for data, where all data is stored in a single open format. OneLake consolidates storage locations across different regions and clouds into a unified logic lake, eliminating the need for data movement or duplication. Data stored in OneLake can be structured or unstructured, and analytical engines in Fabric write tabular data in Delta format for seamless interoperability across different engines. Azure HD Insight. Azure HD Insight is an Azure service supporting multiple open source data analytics cluster types. While not as user friendly as Azure Synapse Analytics or Azure Databricks, it offers versatility for analytic solutions relying on multiple open source frameworks. It is particularly suitable for migrating existing on premises Hadoop based solutions to the cloud. Azure HD Insight is a service on Azure that offers clusters for popular Apache open source big data processing tools such as Apache Spark, a system for processing large amounts of data supporting multiple programming languages like Java, Scala, Python, and SQL. Apache Hadoop, a distributed system using MapReduce to process big data across many cluster nodes. It can also use Apache Hive, which lets you write queries in SQL. Apache HBase, a system for storing and querying large-scale NoSQL data. Apache Kafka, a tool for handling data streams. Data engineers use Azure HD Insight to handle big data analytics tasks that rely on these open source technologies. Azure Data Factory. Azure Data Factory is a service on Azure that helps you create and schedule data pipelines for moving and changing data. You can connect these pipelines with other Azure services to bring data from cloud stores, process it with cloud based tools, and save the results in another store. Data engineers use Azure Data Factory to build ETL solutions which move data from transactional systems to analytical stores in the organizations. Batch processing versus stream processing. Batch processing. Batch processing involves collecting and storing newly arriving data elements, which are then processed together as a batch. The timing of batch processing can be scheduled based on predetermined time intervals, triggered by a certain amount of accumulated data or in response to specific events. Stream processing. Stream processing involves immediate processing of each new piece of data upon arrival, without waiting for the next batch processing interval. Unlike batch processing, which processes data in batches at predefined intervals, stream processing handles data as individual units in real time. Stream data processing is advantageous in scenarios characterized by continuous generation of new and dynamic data. Batch processing versus stream processing. Batch processing involves collecting and storing multiple data records before processing them together in a single operation. Stream processing involves continuously monitoring and handling data in real time as new events happen. Batch processing is suited for processing large volumes of data collected over time, often in bulk quantities. Stream processing is designed to handle continuous streams of data, regardless of volume, with the ability to process data incrementally as it arrives. Batch processing it generally has higher latency as data is processed in predefined intervals, which may lead to delays in obtaining insights or results. Stream processing offers lower latency as data is processed in near real time, enabling quick insights and responses to emerging trends or events. Batch processing is commonly used for historical analysis, periodic reporting, and offline data processing where real time insights are not critical. Stream processing is ideal for scenarios requiring real time monitoring, alerting, anomaly detection, and immediate responses to events such as fraud detection, IoT telemetry analysis, and clickstream analysis. Batch processing typically requires resources to be provisioned and allocated for processing batches of data at specific intervals. Stream processing requires continuous resource allocation to process data as it arrives, often utilizing scalable and distributed computing resources to handle fluctuating data volumes and processing demands. Advantages of batch processing: efficient handling of large data volumes. Batch processing allows for the processing of large volumes of data in a structured manner. Scheduled execution. Tasks can be scheduled to run at times when computer systems are typically idle, such as overnight or during off peak hours, maximizing resource utilization. Predictable processing. Processing occurs at predefined intervals, providing predictability and facilitating resource planning and management. Disadvantages of batch processing. Time delay. There's a delay between data ingestion and result availability due to the processing occurring at predetermined intervals. Data readiness requirement. All input data for a batch job must be prepared before processing can commence. This necessitates thorough data verification and validation. Interruption vulnerability. Problems such as data errors or program crashes during batch jobs can halt the entire process. Even minor data inconsistencies can prevent the batch job from executing properly. Combined batch and stream processing. Many large-scale analytics solutions blend both batch and stream processing methods to facilitate historical and real-time data analysis. Stream processing solutions typically capture real-time data, perform filtering or aggregation, and present insights through real-time dashboards and visualizations. This diagram illustrates the integration of batch and stream processing within a large-scale data analytics architecture. Streaming data events are captured in real time. Data from other sources is ingested into a data store, often a data lake, for batch processing. If real-time analytics is not required, captured streaming data is returned to the data store for subsequent batch processing. Stream processing technology is used to prepare streaming data for real-time analysis or visualization, often by filtering or aggregating data over temporal windows. Non-streaming data is periodically batch processed to prepare it for analysis, with results persisted in an analytical data store, often referred to as a data warehouse, for historical analysis. Results of stream processing may also be persisted in the analytical data store to support historical analysis. Analytical and visualization tools are employed to present and explore both real-time and historical data. Common elements of stream processing architecture. General architecture for stream processing. Events like sensor signals or social media posts produce data. This could be a log file entry, a sensor emission, or any digital occurrence. Data is collected in a streaming source for processing. This could be a cloud folder, a database table, or a queue ensuring ordered and unique event processing. Event data undergoes processing using perpetual queries. These queries select, project, or aggregate data values based on event types or time periods, such as counting sensor emissions per minute. Processed stream data is sent to an output like a file, database table, real-time dashboard, or another queue for further processing. Azure Real-Time Analytics. Azure offers various technologies for real-time analytics of streaming data. Azure Stream Analytics, a platform as a service solution for defining streaming jobs, ingesting data from streaming sources, applying perpetual queries, and writing results to an output. Spark Structured Streaming, an open source library for building intricate streaming solutions on Apache Spark services like Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Databricks, and Azure HD Insight. Azure Data Explorer, high-performance service for ingesting and analyzing time series data either in batch or real-time. Works as a standalone service or integrated with Azure Synapse Analytics. Sources for stream processing. Azure Event Hubs ensures reliable event processing for various data sources. Azure IoT Hub specifically designed for efficiently handling data from IoT devices. Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, highly scalable storage suitable for both batch and streaming data. Apache Kafka, open source solution offering flexible event streaming. Azure Stream Analytics. Azure Stream Analytics is a service that helps analyze data as it streams in. Here's what it does. Ingest data. It brings in data from various sources like Azure Event Hubs, IoT hubs, or storage containers. Process data. It runs queries on the data to pick out, organize, and summarize the information. Output results. The processed data is then sent to different destinations like Azure Data Lake, SQL Database, Synapse Analytics, Functions, Event Hubs, PowerBI, and more. Apache Spark on Microsoft Azure. Apache Spark is a robust free tool that lets you spread your tasks across multiple computers to get things done faster. It makes it easy to work with big sets of data and ensures that even if something goes wrong with one of the computers, your work keeps running smoothly. When deployed on Microsoft Azure, Apache Spark enables users to process large-scale data sets efficiently in a distributed computing environment. Spark Structured Streaming. Spark Structured Streaming is a library used for processing streaming data in Apache Spark. It's based on data frames, which are like tables of data. With this library, you can read data from sources like Kafka or files and continuously update a data frame with new data from the stream. Spark Structured Streaming. Then you can run queries on the data frame to select, project, or aggregate the data, often in time-based windows. The results of these queries create another data frame that can be saved for analysis or more processing. Real-time analytics in Microsoft Fabric. Real-time analytics in Microsoft Fabric involves continuously analyzing data as it arrives, allowing for immediate insights and responses. Its one lake architecture combines storage across different regions and clouds into a single logical lake without moving or duplicating data. Fabric supports various data formats, including structured and unstructured data, and optimizes data processing for both batch and streaming scenarios. This enables organizations to analyze data in real time, generate insights, and make informed decisions swiftly. Data visualization in Microsoft Power BI. Data analysts utilize analytical models and directly access analytical stores to generate reports, dashboards, and visualizations. Non-technical users within an organization engage in self-service data analysis and reporting. The resulting visualizations depict trends, comparisons, and key performance indicators for the business or organization. These visual representations may include printed reports, graphs, or charts in documents or presentations, web-based dashboards, and interactive environments, facilitating visual data exploration. Power BI tools and workflow. Data analysts have various tools to visualize data, like Microsoft Excel's charts and built-in widgets and platforms, such as Azure Synapse Analytics. But for big business needs, a comprehensive solution supporting advanced data modeling, interactive reports, and secure sharing is essential. Microsoft Power BI. Microsoft Power BI is a set of tools and services that help data analysts create interactive data visualizations for business users to use. Core concepts of data modeling. Analytical models help organize data for analysis. They are like organized tables where you can see numbers you want to analyze and categories to group them. Tables. In the context of databases, a table is a collection of data organized into rows and columns. Each row represents a single record or data entity, while each column represents a specific attribute or field of the data. Tables provide a structured way to store and manage related information, making it easier to query and manipulate data. Schema. A schema defines the structure of the database, including tables, relationships between tables, constraints, indexes, and other database objects. It serves as a blueprint for organizing and representing data in the database. A schema can include multiple tables, each with its own set of columns and relationships to other tables. Schema also defines data types, constraints, and rules for storing and retrieving data, ensuring data integrity and consistency. Attribute hierarchies. Attribute hierarchies represent the relationships between different attributes or dimensions in a data model. These hierarchies define the logical structure of data, allowing users to navigate and analyze data at various levels of granularity. For example, in a sales database, you might have a time dimension with attributes like year, quarter, month, week, and day. These attributes form a hierarchical relationship where year contains quarters, quarter contain months, months contain weeks, and weeks contain days. Attribute hierarchies allow users to navigate data from higher levels of aggregation to lower levels of detail. Attribute hierarchies facilitate aggregation of data across different levels of granularity. Aggregations can be performed by rolling up data from lower levels to higher levels in the hierarchy or by drilling down to view detailed data. Attribute hierarchies play a crucial role in data analysis and reporting, enabling users to explore data in a structured and intuitive manner. They provide a hierarchical organization of data attributes, making it easier to understand the relationships between different dimensions and analyze data from various perspectives. Analytical modeling in Power BI. With Power BI, you can create a structured model for analyzing your data. You start by importing your data tables from different sources. Then, using Power BI Desktop, you can define your model by connecting tables, creating hierarchies, and adjusting how your data looks and behaves. This helps you organize your data in a way that makes it easy to analyze and understand. Power BI capabilities. Build data-driven analytics. Businesses have a lot of data, from customer and employee info to sales figures. But just having data isn't enough. You need to understand it and share its meaning. That's where Power BI comes in. Power BI is a set of tools that helps you make sense of your data. It can take data from different places like Excel or databases and turn it into easy to understand visuals. You can connect to your data, clean it up, make it look nice, and then share it with others. It's all about making data more accessible and understandable for everyone in your business. Different Power BI elements. Capacities. In Power BI, capacities are the resources used to store and deliver your content. There are two types, shared and dedicated. Shared capacities are used by multiple Microsoft customers, while dedicated capacities are exclusively for one customer. You need a subscription for dedicated capacities. By default, workspaces are created on shared capacities. Workspaces. Workspaces in Power BI are like folders where you can organize your dashboards, reports, data sets, and data flows. There are two types: My Workspace and regular workspaces. My Workspace is like your personal folder where only you can access your content. You can share your dashboards and reports from here if needed. Regular workspaces are for collaborating with colleagues. You can add co-workers to these workspaces to work together on dashboards, reports, and data sets. Most workspace members need Power BI Pro licenses except for one special case. Semantic models. In Power BI, a semantic model is a collection of data from various sources. It can include data from Excel, SSAS, Salesforce, and more. These models are linked to workspaces and can be shared among workspace members with certain rules. Shared semantic models. Business intelligence involves creating standardized data models called semantic models, which serve as the single source of truth. Sharing and reusing these models streamlines report creation, ensuring consistent data usage across the organization for better decision making. Simply select Power BI semantic models when building reports to access shared models. Reports. A Power BI report is a collection of visualizations like charts and maps. You can create reports from scratch, import them from shared dashboards, or have Power BI generate them when connecting to datasets. Template apps. Power BI template apps let partners create apps without coding and share them with Power BI customers. Partners create content and publish it for customers to use. Dashboards. A dashboard is like a canvas where you can add tiles and widgets to display visualizations. Each tile shows a single visualization from a report or a Q&A. You can also pin entire report pages to a dashboard as a single tile. Cleaning and transforming data in Power BI Desktop. Combining data from different sources often requires cleaning and transformation before creating reports. Power BI Desktop offers the Power Query Editor to help you prepare your data. Power BI Desktop has three views: report, data, and model for different stages of analysis. Power Query Editor helps shape and transform data for use in reports and visualizations. Transforming data. Modifying data structure to suit your needs. Cleaning data. Preparing data for optimal visualization and modeling. Power Query Editor offers tools to clean and transform data, including combining rows, aggregating values, and more. AI Insights to spot trends and anomalies. Power BI's Insights feature automatically finds interesting patterns and trends in your data while you are using reports and dashboards. It alerts you about these insights and explains them without needing any special setup. Power BI uses AI to provide insights in different ways. Insights for reports. It finds patterns and trends in your data while you are using reports. Insights for individual visuals. It explains changes in data points within visuals. Insights for dashboard tiles. It presents data from tiles in interactive visuals. Quick insights for data sets. It automatically generates insights on data sets. AI insights for data models in Power Query. It offers access to pre-trained machine learning models from Azure Cognitive Services. In Power BI, notifications are a key part of insights. While you are working on reports, Power BI checks for insights automatically. When it finds something interesting, you get a notification. You can then decide whether to check out the insights or ignore them. Notifications help you stay on top of important trends like a sudden increase in sales in a certain area. Top insights are the most notable ones, based on factors like how recent or significant they are. Insights. The Insights pane in Power BI shows three types of insights. Anomalies. These are unexpected occurrences like a sudden spike in temperature on a thermostat. Trends. These are patterns found over time, such as sales steadily increasing month by month. Key performance indicator analysis. This helps compare current performance to a set target, like comparing current sales to a sales goal. Anomalies. An anomaly is when something unusual happens in a series of data over time, like a sudden jump or drop. An algorithm calculates a normal range, and anything outside of that range is called an anomaly. There are three types of anomaly insights. Significant anomaly. This is when the anomaly is especially big or important. The anomaly score shows how far away it is from what's expected. Recent anomaly. This is the most recent unusual event in the data. Anomaly summary. This gives a summary of all the anomalies found in the data. When an anomaly is detected, Power BI checks the data to see if there are any patterns or explanations for why it happened. It ranks these explanations by how likely they are. Trends. A trend happens when there's a long-lasting increase or decrease in data over time. Power BI's algorithm follows several steps to find these trends, like smoothing out the data and checking for statistical significance. It ignores temporary changes, like sales spikes during holidays. There are four main types of trends. Long trend, a significant and lasting trend in the data. Sleep trend, a significant trend with a sharp increase or decrease. Recent trend, the most recent significant trend. Trend reversal, a recent change in trend direction compared to the previous pattern. When a trend is detected, Power BI figures out which categories or factors caused the change. It ranks possible explanations based on how much they contributed to the trend. KPI analysis. KPI analysis with a target compares the current value to a set target. If the difference is big compared to other segments, it's considered important. Without a target, it compares the value itself to others. Power BI looks at categories with higher or lower values than expected. For analysis with a target, it ranks possible explanations based on how far the value is from the target. For analysis without a target, it ranks explanations based on how unusual the value is compared to others. Business value of Power BI. Nowadays, we know that data can make businesses better and earn more money. Let's take a look at a real-life example. The Miami Heat, a basketball team in the US. They use Power BI a lot and it's made a big difference for them. With Power BI, the Miami Heat increased their season ticket sales by 30% and saved about $1 million. They wanted to understand their fans better, even though there are lots of them. Power BI helps them analyze their data and predict how many people will come to each game. They have been really accurate, getting within 4% of the actual numbers for the whole season. So, using Power BI and other Microsoft tools can help businesses make more money and make better decisions. Features of data models in Power BI. The features of data models in Power BI include relationship management. Power BI allows you to create relationships between different tables in your data model, enabling you to combine data from multiple sources. DAX calculations. Data analysis expressions is a formula language used in Power BI to create custom calculations and measures based on your data. Hierarchies. You can create hierarchies within your data model to organize data into logical levels, making it easier to analyze and visualize. Aggregations. Power BI supports aggregation functions like sum, average, count, etc., allowing you to summarize and analyze data at different levels of granularity. Data import and transformation. Power BI provides tools for importing and transforming data from various sources, ensuring that your data is clean and ready for analysis. Modeling view. The modeling view in Power BI desktop allows you to view and manage relationships, calculations, and other aspects of your data model. Row level security. Power BI enables you to implement row level security to restrict access to specific rows of data based on user rules or permissions. Interactive reports in Power BI. In Power BI, the visuals in a report that show related data are automatically connected and can be interacted with together. Considerations for Power BI. Power BI offers various ways to show your data visually. It has lots of built-in options and you can add even more. This unit talks about some common visualizations, but there are many more out there. Tables and text. Tables and text are straightforward ways to share data. Tables work well when you have lots of related data to show, while text values in cards are handy for highlighting key numbers or metrics. Bar and column charts. Bar and column charts are useful for comparing numbers across different categories visually. Line charts. Line charts are handy for comparing things like categories and trends, especially over time. Pie charts. Pie charts are commonly used in business reports to show how different categories contribute to a whole. Scatter plots. Scatter plots are handy for comparing two sets of numbers and finding any relationship or connection between them. Maps. Maps are useful too for comparing data across various geographical areas or locations visually.
Hello and welcome to this new video. In this video, we're going to cover some important real exam question answers for DP900, which is Microsoft Azure Data Fundamental Certification exam. So before going to the question answers, we request you to kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel if you're not already a subscriber. And these question answers PDF is also available to download from shapingpixel.com website. The full link will be in the description. So let's jump on to the questions.
Question number 1. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Descriptive analytics tells you, and you have 4 options. What is most likely to occur in the future? What occurred in the past? Which actions you can perform to affect outcomes? Why something occurred in the past? So the right answer is option, what occurred in the past. Descriptive analysis summarizes raw data and makes that data easily deciphered. It describes the past, where the past refers to any point of time when an event has occurred, whether it has 1 minute ago or 1 year ago. Question number 2. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So note each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: normalization involves eliminating relationships between database tables. Normalizing a database reduces data redundancy. Normalization improves data integrity. So the right answers are: the first statement is false, the second statement is true, and the third statement is true. So normalization is the process of organizing data in a database. These includes creating tables and establishing relationships between those tables according to rules designed both to protect the data and to make the database more flexible by eliminating redundancy and inconsistent dependency. Question number 3. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. An extract, transform, and load ETL process requires, and the options are: a matching schema in the data source and the data target, a target data store powerful enough to perform data that is fully processed before being loaded to the target data store, that the data target be a relational database. So the right option is data that is fully processed before being loaded to the target data store. So extract, transform, and load ETL is a data pipeline used to collect data from various sources, transform the data according to business rules, and load it into a destination data store. Question number 4. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So in batch processing, and you have 4 options. Data is always inserted one row at a time. Data is processed in real time. Latency is in delivering data processing result is acceptable. Processing can only execute serially. And the right answer is latency in delivering data processing result is acceptable. So when to use batch processing? You might expect latencies when using batch processing. For many situations, however, this type of delay before the transfer of data begins is not a big issue. The process that use these functions are not mission critical at the exact moment. Question number 5. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Transcribing audio files is an example of dash analytics, and the options are cognitive, descriptive, predictive, prescriptive. So the right answer is cognitive. So transcribe means converting from audio to text. This is similar to Alexa. Alexa is a cognitive device. Question number 6. Match the types of analytics that can be used to answer the business questions. To answer, drag the appropriate analytics type from the column on the left to its question on the right. Each analytics type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Analytics types: cognitive, diagnostic, descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. The statements are: why did sales increase last month? How do I allocate my budget to buy different inventory items? Which people are mentioned in a company's business documents? So the right options are: the first statement is diagnostics, the second one is descriptive, and the third one is prescriptive. Descriptive, what's happening; diagnostic, why happening; and predictive, what will happen; and prescriptive, what action should we take. Question number 7. You have the following JSON document. Use the drop-down menus to select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in the JSON document. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So customer is, and you have 3 options: a nested array, a nested object, a root object. Address is, and you have 3 options: a nested array, a nested object, or a root object. And social media is a nested array, a nested object, a root object. You can pause the video to have a look at the JSON document. So the right options are: a customer is a root object, address is a nested object, and social media is a nested array. Question number 8. You are following the data model shown in the following exhibit. So you can pause the video to have a look at the exhibit. Use the drop-down menus to select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in the graphic. So the data model is a, and you have 3 options: transactional model, star schema, snowflake schema. And the customer is a dash table, and you have 3 options: fact, dimension, and bridge. So the data model is a star schema, the customer is a bridge table. So in computing, the star schema is the simplest style of data mart scheme and is the approach most widely used to develop data warehouses and dimensional data marts. The star schema consists of one or more fact tables referring any number of dimension tables. The star schema is an important special case of the snowflake schema and is more effective for handling simpler queries. So the star schema consists of one or more fact tables referring any number of dimensional tables. Question number 9. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So the massively parallel processing MPP engine of Azure Synapse Analytics, and you have 4 options: distributes processing across compute nodes, distributes processing across control nodes, redirects client connections across compute nodes, redirects clients connections across control nodes. And the right answer is distributes processing across compute nodes. Question number 10. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So the options are a clustered index, a file table, a foreign key, a stored residue. Is an object associated with the table that sorts and stores the data rows in the table based on their key values. So the right option is a clustered index. Question number 11. To complete this sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A relational database is appropriate for scenarios that involves a high volume of, and you have 4 options: changes to relationships between entities, geographically distributed writes, transactional writes, writes that have varying data structures. The right option is transactional writes. Relational databases are optimized for writes. They are optimized for consistency and availability. Advantages of relational databases include simplicity, ease of data retrieval, data integrity, and flexibility. Question number 12. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: batch processing can output data to a file store. Batch processing can output data to a relational database. Batch processing can output data to a NoSQL database. So the first statement is true, the second statement is false, and the third statement is false. Big data solutions often use long-running batch jobs to filter, aggregate, and otherwise prepare the data for analysis. Usually, these jobs involve reading source files from scalable storage like HDFS, Azure Data Lake Store, and Azure Storage. Processing them and writing the output to new files is scalable storage. Question number 13. Your company plans to load data from a customer relationship management system to a data warehouse by using an extract, load, and transform process. Where does data processing occur for each stage of the ELT process? To answer, drag the appropriate locations to the correct stages. Each location may be used once, more than once, or not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between panes or scroll to view content. Location: an in-memory data integration tool, the CRM system, the data warehouse. So for transform, we have an in-memory data integration, and for extract, we have CRM system, and for data warehouse, we have load. So the CRM system, data is extracted for the CRM system. The second box, data warehouse, data is loaded to the data warehouse. And third box, an in-memory data integration tool. The data transformation that takes place usually involves various operations such as filtering, sorting, aggregating, joining data, cleaning data, deduplicating, and validating data. Question number 14. To complete this sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A visualization that shows a university's current student enrollment versus the maximum capacity is an example of dash analytics, and the options are cognitive, descriptive, predictive, prescriptive. And the right option is descriptive. Descriptive to answer the question what's happening, diagnostic to answer the question why is happening, predictive to answer the question what will happen, and prescriptive to answer the question what actions should we take. Question number 15. Match the types of visualizations to the appropriate descriptions. To answer, drag the appropriate visualization type from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each visualization type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So visualizations are key influencer, scatter, and tree map. So the first key influencer goes to the statement: a chart that displays the major contributions of the selected results or value. Scatter will go to a chart that shows the relationship between two numerical values. Tree map will go to a chart of colored nested rectangles that displays individual data points represented by the size and color of a relative rectangle. So tree maps are charts of colored rectangles with size representing value. They can be hierarchical with rectangle nested within the main rectangles. A key influencer chart displays the major contributors to a selected result or value. Scatter and the bubble chart display relationship between two scatter or three bubble quantitative measures, whether or not in which order, etc. Question number 16. You need to create an Azure storage account. Data in the account must replicate outside the Azure region automatically. Which two types of replication can you use for the storage account? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have four options. Option A, zone redundant storage, ZRS. Option B, read access geo redundant storage, which is RAGRS. Option C, locally redundant storage, LRS. And option D, geo redundant storage, GRS. So the right option is option B, read access geo redundant storage. And option D, geo redundant storage. So Azure Storage offers two options for copying your data to a second region, geo-redundant storage and geo-zone redundant storage. So with GRS and ZRS, the data in the secondary region isn't available for read or write access unless there is a failover to the secondary region. For read access to the secondary region, configure your storage account to use read access geo redundant storage or read access geo zone redundant storage. Question number 17. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: platform as a service database offering in Azure requires less setup and configuration effort than infrastructure as a service database offering. Platform as a service database offering in Azure provides end users with the ability to control and update the operating system version. All relation and non-relational platform as a service database offering in Azure can be paused to reduce cost. So the right options are: the first statement is true, and the second statement is false, and the third statement is false. So like IaaS and PaaS include infrastructure, reserves, storage and networking, but also middleware, development tools, business intelligence services, database management systems, and more. PaaS is designed to support the complete web application lifecycle, building, testing, deploying, managing, and updating. PaaS allow you to avoid the expense and complexity of buying and managing software licenses, the underlying application infrastructure, and middleware. Container orchestrators such as Kubernetes are the development tools and other resources. Question number 18. Which statement is an example of data manipulation language, DML? And the options are: option A, revoke; option B, disable; option C, insert; and option D, grant. So the right answer is option C, insert. So data manipulation language, DML, affect the information stored in the database. Use these statements to insert, update, and change the rows in database. Delete, insert, select, update, and merge. Question number 19. You have a SQL query that combines customer data and order data. The query includes calculated columns. You need to create a database object that would allow other users to rerun the same SQL query. What should you create? And you have four options. Option A, an index. Option B, a view. Option C, a scalar function. Option D, a table. So the right answer is option B, a view. So a view is a virtual table whose contents are defined by a query. A view acts as a filter on the underlying table referenced in the view. The query that defines the view can be from one or more tables or from other views in the current or other databases. Question number 20. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A key value data store is optimized for, and you have four options: enforcing constraints, simple lookups, table joins, transactions. So the right option is simple lookups. So a key value store associates each data value with a unique key. Most key value stores only support simple query, insert and delete operations. To modify a value, an application must override the existing data for the entire value. In most implementations, reading and writing a single value is an atomic operation. An application can store arbitrary data as a set of values. Any schema information must be provided by the application. The key value store simply retrieves or stores the value by key. Question number 21. Match the types of data to the appropriate Azure data services. To answer, drag the appropriate data type from the column on the left to its service on the right. Each data type may be used once, more than once, not at all. So the data types we have: image files, key value pairs, relationships between employees. And the options are Azure Blob Storage, Azure Cosmos DB Gremlin API, Azure Table Storage. So the right options are: for Azure files, we have Azure Blob Storage. For key value pairs, we have Azure Table Storage. And relationships between employees, we have Azure Cosmos DB Gremlin API. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 22. Match the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 terms to the appropriate levels in the hierarchy. To answer, drag the appropriate term from the column on the left to its level on the right. Each term may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So each correct match is worth 1 point. So the terms are Azure Storage Account, File Share, and Container. So the first one goes to first box, which Azure Storage Account, and in the second box we have Container. Question number 23. What are the two characteristics of real-time data processing? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have four options. Option A, data is processed periodically. Option B, low latency is expected. Option C, high latency is acceptable. Option D, data is processed as it is created. So the right answer is option B, low latency is expected. And option D, data is processed as it is created. Real-time processing deals with streams of data that are captured in real time and processed with minimal latency to generate real-time reports or automated responses. Question number 24. Match the Azure Data Factory components to the appropriate descriptions. To answer, drag the appropriate components from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each component may be used once, more than once, and not at all. So each correct match is worth 1 point. So the components are dataset, linked service, mapping data flow, pipeline. So the data sets was to a representation of data structures with data stores. Linked services, the information used to connect to external resources. And for the pipeline, a logical grouping of activities that performs a unit of work and can be scheduled. So datasets must be created from paths in Azure data stores or public web URLs for the data to be accessible by Azure Machine Learning. So linked services are much like connecting strings, which define the connection information needed for data factory to connect to external resources. And a pipeline is a logical grouping of activities that together perform a task. Question number 25. Match the types of workloads to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate workload type from the column on the left to its scenario on the right. So each workload type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So each correct match is worth 1 point. So the workload types are batch and streaming. So the batch goes to data for a product catalog will be loaded every 12 hours to a data warehouse. Streaming, thousands of data sets per second for online purchases will be loaded into a data warehouse in real time. And for the batch, updates to inventory data will be loaded to a data warehouse every 1 billion transactions. So batch processing refers to the processing of blocks of data that have already been stored over a period of time. Stream processing is a big data technology that allows us to process data in real time as they arrive and detect conditions within a small period of time from the point of receiving the data. It allows us to feed data into analytics tools as soon as they get generated and get instant analytics results. Question number 26. Your company plans to load data from a customer relationship management system to a data warehouse by using an extract, load, and transform process. Where does data processing occur for each stage of the ELT process? To answer, drag the appropriate locations to the correct stages. Each location may be used once, more than once, or not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between panes or scroll to view content. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the locations are a standalone data analysis tool, the CRM system, and the data warehouse. So for the extract, the CRM system, and for the load, data warehouse, and for transform, the data warehouse. Question number 27. Your company recently reported sales from the third quarter. You have the chart shown in the following exhibit. Which type of analysis is shown in the fourth quarter? And I have four options. Option A, predictive. Option B, prescriptive. Option C, descriptive. And option D, diagnostic. So the right answer is option A, predictive. Predictive to answer the question, what will happen? Question number 28. Which statement is an example of data manipulation language TML? And the options are revoke, disable, create, update. So the right option is option D, update. So data manipulation language affects the information stored in the database. Use these statements to insert, update, and change the rows in the database. Bulk insert, delete, insert, select, update. Question number 29. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Creating closed caption text for audio files is an example of dash analytics. And the options are cognitive, descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. So the right answer is cognitive. Question number 30. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A visualization that illustrates a university's current student enrollment per department is an example of dash analytics. And the options are cognitive, descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. And the right option is descriptive. So descriptive, what's happening, diagnostic, why happening, predictive, what will happen, and prescriptive, what action should we take. Question number 31. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. An extract, load, and transform ELT process requires the four options: a separate transformation engine, a target data store powerful enough to transform data, data that is fully processed before being loaded to the target data store, and a data pipeline that includes a transformation engine. And the right answer is a target data store powerful enough to transform data. With ELT, the data store used to perform the transformation is the same data store where the data is ultimately consumed. Question number 32. You need to create an Azure resource to store data in Azure table storage. Which command should you run? And you have four options. Option A, AZ storage share create. Option B, AZ storage account create. Option C, AZ Cosmos DB create. And option D, AZ store container create. The right answer is option D, AZ store container create. Question number 33. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. The Azure Cosmos DB API enables the use of select statement to retrieve documents from Azure Cosmos DB. And the options are core, Gremlin, MongoDB, table. So the right option is core SQL. Azure Cosmos DB SQL API accounts provide support for querying items using the structured query language SQL syntax. Question number 34. You need to modify a view in a relational database by adding new column. Which statement should you use? And the options are merge, alter, insert, update. And the right answer is alter. Alter is used to change the table structure in a relational database. Question number 35. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true. Otherwise, select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: extract, transform, and load can reduce the transfer of sensitive data to destination systems. Extract, load, and transform transforms data by using a compute resource independent of the resource system and destination system. Extract, load, and transform minimize the time it takes to copy large volumes of data to destination systems. The right options are: the first statement is true, and the second statement is false, and the third statement is true. So during data transformation stage, you can apply filters to filter sensitive data. And for the second statement, ELT uses the compute resource of the destination system to transform data. And for the third statement, the key point with ELT is that the data store used to perform the transformation is the same data store where the data is ultimately consumed. This data store reads directly from the scalable storage instead of loading the data into its own proprietary storage. This approach skips the data copy step present in ETL, which often can be time-consuming operation for large data sets. Question number 36. So you plan to deploy a PostgreSQL database to Azure. Which hosting model corresponds to the available deployment options? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So PostgreSQL on Azure VMs, and the options are infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Azure database for PostgreSQL, and the options are infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. So the right solutions are, for the first one is infrastructure as a service, and for the second one it's platform as a service. Question number 37. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So Dash natively supports the analysis of relationships between entities, and the options are column family databases, document databases, graph database, and key value stores. So the right option is graph database. Question number 38. Which Azure storage solution provides native support for POSIX compliant access control list ACLs? And you have four options. Option A, Azure Table Storage. Option B, Azure Data Lake Storage. Option C, Azure Queue Storage. And option D, Azure Files. And the right option is option B, Azure Data Lake Storage. Question number 39. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Relational data is stored in, and you have four options: a file system as unstructured data, a hierarchical folder structure, a tabular form of rows and columns, and comma separated value files. And the right option is a tabular form of rows and columns. Question number 40. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So Dash physically sorts the data in a table based on the values in a specified column. And the options are a view, a clustered index, a stored residue, a non-clustered index. So the right answer is a clustered index. Question number 41. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A block of code that runs in a database is called, and you have four options: a stored residue, a table, a view, an index. The right option is a stored residue. Question number 42. Match the types of analytics that can be used to answer the business questions. To answer, drag the appropriate analytics type from the column on the left to its question on the right. Each analytics type may be used once, more than once, and not at all. Each correct match is worth 1 point. So analytic types are cognitive, diagnostic, descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. So the first box, why did sales increase last month, is diagnostic. So diagnostic analytics, at this stage you can begin to answer some of those why questions. Historical data can begin to be measured against other data to answer the question of why something happened in the past. This is the process of gathering and interpreting different data sets to identify anomalies, detect patterns, and determine relationships. So the second box provides specific guidance on how to allocate current budget to buy different inventory items is prescriptive. So prescriptive analytics is a combination of data, mathematical models, and various business rules to infer actions to influence future desired outcomes. Predictive analytics, broadly speaking, is a category of business intelligence that uses descriptive and predictive variables from the past to analyze and identify the likelihood of an unknown future outcome. And for the third box, detect images of the company's logo included in PDF documents is cognitive. Question number 43. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So dash presents content defined by a query, and the options are a heap, a stored residue, a view, an index. So the right option is a view. Question number 44. Which type of database is Azure database for PostgreSQL? And the options are option A, platform as a service, option B, infrastructure as a service, option C, Microsoft SQL Server, and option D, on premises. So the right answer is option A, platform as a service. Question number 45. Which storage solution supports access control list ACLs at the file and folder level? And you have four options. Option A, Azure Data Lake Storage. Option B, Azure Queue Storage. Option C, Azure Blob Storage. And option D, Azure Cosmos DB. So the right answer is option A, Azure Data Lake Storage. Question number 46. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. A dash is a chart of colored rectangles. The size of the rectangle represents the relative value of each item. The chart can be hierarchical, displaying data as a set of rectangles nested within the main rectangle. And the options are line chart, matrix, scatter, tree map. So the right option is tree map. So a tree map chart divides the chart area into rectangles that represents the different levels and relative sizes of the data hierarchy. Question number 47. What is the characteristics of batch processing? And you have four options. Option A, data ingested during batch processing must be processed as soon as the data is received. Option B, large datasets must be split into batches for less than 1 GB before the data can be processed. Option C, there is a noticeable time delay between ingesting data and obtaining the data processing results. And option D, batch processing can only process data that is structured. The right option is option C. There is a noticeable time delay between ingestion data and obtaining the data processing results. Question number 48. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. In a SQL statement, dash are examples of aggregate functions. And you have four options: from and where, group by and order by, join and merge, max and min. So the right answer is max and min. Question number 49. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: a job that processes sales data once daily is an example of a batch workload. A job that calculates a rolling average temperature reading is an example of a streaming workload. A job that calculates average revenue per product for the last month is an example of a streaming workload. So the right answers are: the first statement is true, and the second statement is true, and the third statement is false. So the first one, batch processing refers to processing of high volume of data in batch within a specific time span. It processes large volume of data all at once. Batch processing is used when batch data is known and infinite. Finite, it takes a little longer time to process data. For the second statement is true. Stream processing refers to processing of continuous stream of data immediately as it is produced. It analyzes streaming data in real time. Stream processing is used when the data size is unknown and infinite and continuous. Question number 50. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So in a relational database, each row in a table has, and you have 4 options: a different set of columns, a key value pair, the same set of columns, and unstructured data. Right option is the same set of columns. The same set of columns in relational database. A row is a data record within a table. Each row, which represents a complete record of specific item data, holds different data within the same structure. A row is occasionally referred to as a tuple. Question number 51. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: normalizing a database increases the throughput of writing transactions. Analytic systems are more normalized than transactional systems. Normalizing a database results in queries that requires more joins. The right options are: the first statement is true, and the second statement is false, and the third statement is true. So normalizing a database increases the throughput for reading but reduces for writing. Analytic systems are deformalized to increase performance. Transactional database systems are normalized to increase data consistency. And the third one, transactional database systems are more normalized and requires more joins. Question number 52. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash natively supports the analysis of relationships between entities. And the options are column family databases, document databases, graph databases, and key value stores. And the right answer is graph databases. A graph database stores two types of information: nodes and edges. Edges specify relationships between nodes. Nodes and edges can have properties that provide information about the node or edge, similar to column in a table. Edges can also have a direction indicating the nature of the relationship. Question number 53. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. A key value data store is optimized for, and you have 3 options: enforcing constraints, simple lookups, and table joins. So the right answer is simple lookups. So a key value store associates each data value with a unique key. Key value stores are highly optimized for applications performing simple lookups, but are less suitable if you need to query data across different key value stores. Key value stores are also not optimized for querying by value. A single key value store can be extremely scalable, as the data store can easily distribute data across multiple nodes on separate machines. Question number 54. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. In an infrastructure as a service instance of Microsoft SQL Server on Azure, you manage the dash that hosts SQL Server. So the options are Elastic Pool, MySQL Server, PostgreSQL Server, and Virtual Machine. So the right option is Virtual Machine. So SQL Server on Azure VM. So SQL Server on Azure VM falls into the industry category infrastructure as a service and allows you to run SQL Server inside a fully managed virtual machine in Azure. The most significant difference from SQL database and SQL managed instance is that SQL Server on Azure virtual machines allows full control over the database engine. You can choose when to start maintenance, patching, change the recovery model to simple or bulk logged, pause or start the service when needed, and you can fully customize the SQL Server database engine. With this additional control comes the added responsibility to manage the virtual machine. Question number 55. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Varying fields for each entity in a JSON document is an example of, and you have four options: relational data, semi-structured data, structured data, unstructured data. The right option is semi-structured data. Question number 56. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. A JSON document is an example of, and the options are graph data, relational data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. The right option is semi-structured data. So semi-structured data is the bridge between structured and unstructured data. It does not have a predefined data model and is more complex than structured data, yet easier to store than unstructured data. Question number 57. Which property of a transactional workload guarantees that each transaction is treated as a single unit that either succeeds completely or fail completely? And the options are option A, atomicity, option B, isolation, option C, durability, and option D, consistency. The right option is A, atomicity. So the purpose of making transactions atomic is to prevent different transactions from interfering with one another. This can only happen if more than one user process is trying to access the database at the same time, as when a server allows several clients to use it concurrently. The simplest way to enforce atomicity is for the DBMS to refuse to start any transaction until the previous one has committed. Question number 58. You have a data store that has the structure shown in the following exhibit. So you can pause the video to have a look at the exhibit. Which type of data store is this? And the options are option A, key value, option B, object data, and option C, graph, option D, time series. The right answer is option C, graph. So a graph database stores two types of information, nodes and edges. Edges specify relationships between nodes. Nodes and edges can have properties that provide information about the node or edge, similar to columns in a table. Edges can also have a direction indicating the nature of the relationship. Question number 59. Which type of database contains nodes and edges? And the options are option A, graph, option B, key value, option C, columnar, option D, time series. The right answer is option A, graph. So a graph database stores two types of information, nodes and edges. Edges specify relationships between nodes. Nodes and edges can have properties that provide information about the node or edge, similar to columns in a table. Edges can also have a direction indicating the nature of the relationship. Question number 60. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So the options are a data analyst, a data engineer, and a data scientist. He is responsible for identifying which business rules must be applied to the data of a company. So the right answer is a data analyst. So a data analyst analyzes numeric data and uses it to help companies make better decisions. Data engineer involves in preparing data that develop, construct, test, and maintain complete architecture. A data scientist analyzes and interprets complex data. Question number 61. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Relational data uses dash to enforce relationships between different tables. The options are collections, rows, keys, partitions. And the right option is keys. Question number 62. You have an inventory management database that contains the following table. You can pause the video to have a look at the table. Which statement should you use in a SQL query to change the inventory quantity of product 1 to 270? The options are insert, merge, update, create. So the right answer is option C, update. Question number 63. Your company needs to implement a relational database in Azure. The solution must minimize ongoing maintenance. Which Azure service should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Azure HD Insights. Option B, Azure SQL Database. Option C, Azure Cosmos DB. Option D, SQL Server on Azure Virtual Machines. The right option is option B, Azure SQL Database. Question number 64. You're writing a set of SQL queries that administrator will use to troubleshoot an Azure SQL database. You need to embed documents and query results into a SQL notebook. What should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. Option B, Azure Data Studio. Option C, Azure CLI. Option D, Azure PowerShell. The right option is option B, Azure Data Studio. Question number 65. Match the terms to the appropriate descriptions. To answer, drag the appropriate term from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each term may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the terms are index, view, and table. So the right options are table, a database object that holds data. View, a database object whose content is defined by a query. Index, a database object that helps improve the speed of data retrieval. Question number 66. You have an e-commerce application that reads and writes data to an Azure SQL database. Which type of processing does the application use? We have four options. Option A, stream processing. Option B, batch processing. Option C, online analytical processing. Option D, online transaction processing. The right answer is option D, online transaction processing, OLTP. So OLTP is designed to serve as a persistent data store for businesses or front-end applications. OLTP administers day-to-day transactions of an organization. Question number 67. When can you use an Azure Resource Manager template? And the options are option A, to automate the creation of an interdependent group of Azure resources in a repeatable way. Option B, to apply Azure policies for multi-tenant deployments. Option C, to provision Azure subscriptions. Option D, to control which services and features administrators and developers can deploy from the Azure portal. So the right answer is option A, to automate the creation of an interdependent group of Azure resources in a repeatable way. So you can automate deployments and use the practice of infrastructure as a code. In code, you define the infrastructure that needs to be deployed. To implement infrastructure as a code for your Azure solutions, use Azure Resource Manager templates. The template is a JavaScript object notation file that defines the infrastructure and configuration of your project. The template uses declarative syntax, which lets you state what you intend to deploy without having to write the sequence of programming commands to create it. In the template, you specify the resources to deploy and the properties of those resources. Question number 68. You have an Azure SQL database that you access directly from the internet. You recently changed the public IP address of your computer. After changing the IP address, you can no longer access the database. You can connect to other resources in Azure. What is the possible cause of the issue? And you have four options. Option A, role-based access control. Option B, dynamic host configuration protocol. Option C, domain name service. Option D, a database level firewall. So the right option is option D, a database level firewall. So Azure SQL Database Firewall lets you decide which IP addresses may or may not have access to either your Azure SQL Server or your Azure SQL database. When creating an Azure SQL database, the firewall needs to be configured before anyone will be able to access the database. By default, no external access to your SQL database will be allowed until you explicitly assign permissions by creating a firewall rule. Question number 70. Match the tools to the appropriate descriptions. To answer, drag the appropriate tool from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each tool may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the tools are Azure Data Studio, Microsoft SQL Server Data Tools, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. So the right answers are Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio for a graphical tool for managing SQL Server, or Azure SQL databases that supports access configuration, management, and administration tasks. Azure Data Studio for a lightweight editor that can run on-demand SQL queries and view and save results as text, JSON, or Microsoft Excel files. Microsoft SQL Server Data Tools for development tools for building Azure SQL databases. Microsoft SQL Server Relational Databases, SQL Server Analysis Service, Data Models, SQL Server Integration Services Packages, and SQL Server Reporting Services Reports. Question number 70. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: relational database tables contains column and rows. Indexes in a relational database describes the data types in a table. A database view is a virtual table whose content is defined by a query. So the right options are, so the first statement is true, the second statement is false, and the third statement is true. So tables are databases objects that contain all the data in a database. In tables, data is logically organized in a row and column format similar to a spreadsheet. Each row represents a unique record and each column represents a field in the record. So an index is an on-disk structure associated with a table or view that speeds retrievals of rows from the table or view. The third statement, a view is a virtual table whose contents are defined by a query. Like a table, a view consists of a set of named columns and rows of data. Question number 71. Which command line tool can you use to query Azure SQL databases? And you have four options. Option A, SQL CMD. Option B, BCP. Option C, AZ Data. Option D, Azure CLI. The right answer is option A, SQL CMD. So SQL CMD utility lets you enter, transact SQL statements, system procedures, and script files at the command prompt. Question number 72. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: Azure SQL database includes a managed backup service. Azure SQL database has built-in high availability. Azure SQL database can use Azure Defender. So the right answers are, so the first statement is true, second statement is true, and the third statement is true. So Azure Defender provides security alerts and advanced threat protection for virtual machines, SQL databases, containers, web applications, your network, and more. Question number 73. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: you can use Azure Data Studio to query a Microsoft SQL Server big data cluster. You can use Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio to query an Azure Synapse Analytics data warehouse. You can use MySQL Workbench to query Azure Database for MariaDB databases. So the right options are, so the first statement is true, second statement is true, and the third statement is true. Question number 74. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: platform as a service database offering in Azure provide built-in high availability. Platform as a service database offerings in Azure provide configurable scaling option. Platform as a service database offering in Azure reduce the administrative overhead for managing hardware. So the right options are, the first statement is true, second statement is true, and the third statement is true. Question number 75, you have the following SQL query. So you can pause the video to have a look at the query. So what are dbu.products and product names? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So dbu.products, options are a column, a database, a table, an index, and product name, the options are a column, a database, a table, and an index. So the right options are, so DBO products are a table, product name, a column. Question number 76. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are, you must apply operating system updates to Azure SQL database regularly. You need a Microsoft 365 subscription to create an Azure SQL database. You can use existing Microsoft SQL Server license to reduce the cost of Azure SQL database. So the right answers are, the first statement is false, second statement is false, and the third statement is true. Question number 77. Which statement is an example of data definition language DDL? And the options are select, join, update, create. So the right option is option D, create. So data definition language statements defines data structures. Use these statements to create, alter, or drop data structures in a database. These statements include alter, collation, create, drop, disable trigger, enable trigger, rename, update statistics, truncate table, insert. Question number 78. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are, Azure Data Studio can be used to query an Azure SQL database from a device that runs Mac OS. Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio enables users to create and use SQL notebooks. Azure Data Studio can be used to restore a database. So right options are, first statement is true, second statement is false, and the third statement is true. So Azure Data Studio is a cross-platform database tool for data professionals using on-premises and cloud data platforms on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. You can use Azure Data Studio to connect to an Azure SQL database server. You will then run transact SQL statements to create and query Azure SQL databases. So SQL Server Management Studio is for configuring, managing, and administering all components within Microsoft SQL Server, not to create SQL notebooks. Instead, you use Azure Data Studio or create SQL notebooks. So you can use the Azure Data Studio to restore databases. Question number 79. You are deploying a software as a service application that requires a relational database for online transaction processing. Which Azure service should you use to support the application? And the options are, option A, Azure Cosmos DB, option B, Azure HD Insights, option C, Azure SQL Database, option D, Azure Synapse Analytics. So the right answer is option C, Azure SQL Database. So Azure SQL Database is a relational database and a managed service. So incorrect answers are A and B, Cosmos DB, HD Insights, and non-relational databases. And option D, Azure Synapse Analytics is for data warehousing, not for online transaction processing. Question number 80. What are the two benefits of platform as a service relational database offerings in Azure, such as Azure SQL database? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have four options. Option A, access to the latest features. Option B, complete control over backup and restore process. Option C, in database machine learning services. Option D, reduced administrative effort for managing the server infrastructure. So the right answer is option A, access to the latest features. And option D, reduced administrative effort for managing the server infrastructure. So Azure SQL Database is a fully managed platform as a service database engine that handles most of the database management functions such as upgrading, patching, backups, and monitoring without user involvement. An SQL database delivers predictable performance with multiple resource types, service styles, and compute sizes. It provides dynamic scalability with no downtime, built-in intelligent optimization, global scalability and availability, and advanced security options. These capabilities allow you to focus on rapid app development and accelerating your time to market rather than on managing virtual machine and infrastructure. Question number 81. For each of the following statement, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. The statements are, if you have a platform as a service database in Azure, you are responsible for applying operating system updates. If you have platform as a service PaaS database in Azure, backups are performed automatically. If you have platform as a service database in Azure, you are responsible for installation of the database engine. So the right options are, so first statement is false, second statement is true, and the last statement is false. So Microsoft handles all patching and updating of the SQL and operating system code. You don't have to manage the underlying infrastructure. An SQL database is fully managed service that was built in high availability backups and other common maintenance operations. Question number 82. You have a table named sales that contains the following data. You can pause the video to have a look at the table. You need to query the table to return the average sales amount per day. The output must produce the following results. How should you complete the query? To answer, drag the appropriate values to the correct targets. Each value may be used once, more than once, or not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between panes or scroll to view content. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the values are create, group by, order by, and select. So let's see the answers. So select sales data average sales amount from sales and the group by sales data order by sales data. Question number 83. You can create an Azure SQL database. Which account can always connect to the database? And you have four options. Option A, the Azure Active Directory account that created the database. Option B, the server admin login account of the logical server. Option C, the Azure Active Directory administrator account. Option D, the SA account. So the right answer is option B, the server admin login account of the logical server. So when you first deploy Azure SQL, you specify an admin login and an associated password for that login. This administrative account is called server admin. Question number 84. Which statement is an example of data definition language DDL? The options are select, insert, delete, drop. So the right answer is option D, drop. So data definition language statement defines data structures Use these statements to create, alter, or drop data structures in a database. These statements include alter, collation, create, drop, disable trigger, enable trigger, rename, update statistics, truncate table, update. Question number 85. A team of developers has computers that run Windows 10 and Ubuntu desktop. The developers need to connect to and query an Azure SQL database from each of their computers. The developers require code assistant features such as intelligence. What should the developers use? And I have four options. Option A, SQL CMD. Option B, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. Option C, Azure Data Studio. Option D, Azure Data Explorer. So the right answer is option C, Azure Data Studio. So Azure Data Studio is a cross-platform database tool for data professionals who use on-premises and cloud data platforms on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Azure Data Studio offers a modern editor experience with IntelliSense, code snippets, source control integration, and an integrated terminal. Question number 86. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Transparent data encryption encrypts. And you have four options: a column to protect data at rest and in transit, queries and their results in order to protect data in transit, the database to protect data at rest, and the server to protect data at rest. The right answer is the database to protect data at rest. So transparent data encryption helps protect Azure SQL database, Azure SQL managed instance, and Azure Synapse Analytics against the threat of malicious offline activities by encrypting data at rest. Question number 87. You need to ensure that users use multi-factor authentication when connecting to an Azure SQL database. Which type of authentication should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Service Principal Authentication. Option B, Azure Active Directory Authentication. Option C, SQL Authentication. Option D, Certificate Authentication. The right answer is option B, Azure Active Directory Authentication. Question number 88. What is the benefit of hosting a database on Azure SQL managed instance as compared to an Azure SQL database? And you have four options. Option A, built-in high availability. Option B, native support for cross-database queries and transactions. Option C, system-initiated automatic backups. Option D, support for encryption at rest. So the right answer is option B, native support for cross-database queries and transactions. Question number 89. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. By default, each Azure SQL database is protected by, the options are a network security group, a server level firewall, Azure firewall, Azure front door. So the right answer is a server level firewall. So when you create a new server in Azure SQL database or Azure Synapse Analytics named MySQL Server, for example, a server level firewall blocks all access to the public endpoint for the server. Question number 90. You need to design and model a database by using a graphical tool that supports project-oriented offline database development. What should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Microsoft SQL Server Data Tools. Option B, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. Option C, Azure Databricks. Option D, Azure Data Studio. And the right answer is option A, Microsoft SQL Server Data Tools. Question number 91. Match the security components to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate components from the column on the left to its scenarios on the right. Each component may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So each correct match is worth 1 point. So the components are authentication, firewall, encryption. So the right options are firewall for prevent access to an Azure SQL database from another network, authentication support Azure Active Directory sign-ins on an Azure SQL database, encryption ensure that sensitive data never appears as plain text in an Azure SQL database. Question number 92. You have a transactional application that stores data in an Azure SQL managed instance. When should you implement a read-only database replica? And you have four options. Option A, you need to generate reports without affecting the transactional workload. Option B, you need to audit the transactional application. Option C, you need to implement high availability in the event of a regional outage. Option D, you need to improve the recovery point objective. The right answer is option A. You need to generate reports without affecting the transactional workload. So use read-only replicas to offload read-only query workloads. Question number 93. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A relational database must be used when, and you have four options. A dynamic schema is required. Data will be stored as a key value pairs. Storing large images and videos. Strong consistency guarantees are required. So the right answer is strong consistency guarantees are required. Question number 94. To complete this sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Relational data uses dash to enforce relationships between different tables. And the options are collections, columns, keys, partitions. The right answer is keys. Question number 95. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Dash is a virtual table that contains content defined by a query. And the options are a heap, a stored residue, a view, an index. The right answer is a view. Question number 96. You need to query a table named products in an Azure SQL database. Which three requirements must be met to query the table from the internet? Each correct answer represents part of the solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. The options are option A, you must be assigned the reader role for the resource group that contains the database. Option B, you must have select access to the products table. Option C, you must have a user in the database. Option D, you must be assigned the contributor role for the resources group that contains the database. Option E, your IP address must be allowed to connect to the database. The right answer is option B, you must have select access to the products table, and option C, you must have a user in the database, and option E, your IP address must be allowed to connect to the database. Question number 97. Which clause should you use in a select statement to combine rows in one table with rows in another table? The options are set, values, key, join. The right option is option D, join. Question number 98. Your company needs to ensure that an Azure virtual machine can connect to Azure SQL databases without exposing the databases to the internet. What should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Azure Application Gateway. Option B, Azure Traffic Manager. Option C, Azure DNS. And option D, Azure Private Link. So the right answer is option D, Azure Private Link. So Azure Private Link enables you to access Azure PaaS service, for example, Azure Storage and Azure SQL database, and Azure hosted customer-owned partner service over a private endpoint in your virtual network. Traffic between your virtual network and the service travels the Microsoft backbone network, exposing your service to the public internet is no longer necessary. Question number 99. Match the Azure SQL services to the appropriate use cases. To answer, drag the appropriate services from the column on the left to its use case on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, and not at all. So each correct match is worth 1 point. So Azure SQL services are Azure SQL Database Elastic Pool, Azure SQL Database Single Database, and Azure SQL Managed Instances. So the right options are Azure SQL Database Single Database is a serverless configuration. Azure SQL Managed Instance is a database that has the highest capability with on-premises Microsoft SQL Server. Azure SQL Database Elastic Pool is a low-cost, low-maintenance database. So Azure SQL Database Single Database Serverless is a compute tier for single databases in Azure SQL Database that automatically scales compute based on workload demand and bills for the amount of compute used per second. The serverless computer tier also automatically pauses database during inactive periods when only storage is built and automatically resumes databases when activity returns. So Azure SQL Managed Instance. Azure SQL Managed Instance is an intelligent, scalable cloud database service that combines the broadest SQL Server database engine capabilities with all the benefits of a fully managed and evergreen platform as a service. Azure SQL database elastic pools are simple, cost-effective solution for managing and scaling multiple databases that have varying and unpredictable usage demands. The databases in an elastic pool are on a single server and share a set of number of resources too at a set price. Elastic pools in SQL database enable software as a service developers to optimize the price performance for a group of databases within a prescribed budget while delivering performance elastic for each databases. Question number 100. Which TSQL statement should be used to instruct a database management system to use an index instead of performing a full table scan? And the options are select, where, join. So the right answer is A, select. Table hints override the default behavior of the query optimizer for the duration of the data manipulation language statement by specifying a locking method, one or more indexes, a query processing operation such as table scan or index seek are other options. Table hints are specified in the form clause of the DML statement and affects only the table or view referenced in that clause. So this applies to the following commands: delete, insert, select, update. Question number 101. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash is a platform as a service, relational data service that uses massively parallel processing. The options are Azure SQL Database, Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Database for MariaDB, SQL Server on Azure Virtual Machines. So the right answer is Azure Synapse Analytics. So Azure Synapse Analytics is a platform as a service that combines data integration, warehousing, and analytics into one solution. Azure Synapse Analytics offers cloud-based Relational data warehousing services massively parallel processing, scale out technology, and enough computational power to efficiently manage petabytes and petabytes of data. Question number 102. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So Dash physically sorts the data in a table based on the values in a specified column. And the options are a view, a clustered index, a stored residue, a non-clustered index. So the right option is a clustered index. A clustered index defines the order in which data is physically stored in a table. Table data can be sorted in only way. Therefore, there can be only one clustered index per table. In SQL Server, the primary key constraints automatically creates a clustered index on that particular column. Question number 103. You have the following SQL query. You can pause the video to have a look at the query. So what are the DBO.products and product names? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So DBO.products and product names. So the options are a column, a database, a table, an index. So the right options are, so DBO products are a table and product name is a column. Question number 104. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. In a relational database, the dash uniquely identifies each row in a table. And the options are foreign key, primary key, where clause, non-clustered index. So the right answer is primary key. A primary key is a special relational database table column or combination of columns designed to uniquely identify each table record or row. Question number 105. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash represents content defined by query. The options are a heap, a stored residue, a view, an index. So the right answer is a view. A database view is a subset of a database and is based on a query that runs on one or more database tables. Question number 106. Which Azure service provides highest capabilities for databases migrated from Microsoft SQL Server 2019 Enterprise Edition? You have four options. Option A, Azure SQL Database. Option B, Azure Database for MySQL. Option C, Azure SQL Managed Instance. Option D, an Azure SQL Database Elastic Pool. So the right answer is option C, Azure SQL Managed Instances. So SQL Managed Instance has near 100% capabilities with the latest SQL Server database engine, providing a native virtual network implementation that addresses common security concerns and a business model favorable for existing SQL Server customers. So Azure SQL Managed Instance is the intelligent, scalable cloud database service that combines the broadest SQL Service database engine capabilities with all the benefits of a fully managed and evergreen platform as a service. Question number 107. Which setting can only be configured during the creation of an Azure Cosmos DB account? And you have four options. Option A, geo redundancy. Option B, multi-region rights. Option C, production or non-production account type. Option D, API. So the right option is option D, API. So you must create a separate account for each API. Question number 108. Match the types of data stores to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate data store type from the column on the left to its scenario on the right. Each data store type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So data store types are graph, object, key value. So the right options are key values, a list of application usernames and for each the default language. An object is for a collection of medical images and their associated metadata. And graph is for employee data that shows the relationship between employees. A key value store associated each data value with a unique key. And object storage is optimized for storing and retrieving large binary objects like images, files, videos, and audio streams, large application data objects and documents, virtual machine disk images. And graph, a graph database stores two types of information, nodes and edges. Edges specify a relationship between nodes. Nodes and edges can have properties that provide information about that node or edge. Similar to column in a table, edges can also have a direction indicating the nature of the relationship. Question number 109. You have an Azure Cosmos DB account that uses the core API. Which two settings can you configure at the container level? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And you have four options. Option A, the throughput. Option B, the read region. Option C, the partition key. And option D, the API. The right answer is option A, the throughput. And option C, the partition key. Question number 110. Your company is designing a data store that will contain students' data. The data has the following format. So you can pause the video to have a look at the table. So which type of data store should you use? And you have four options: graph, key value, object, columnar. So the right answer is option D, columnar. Question number 111. Which storage solution supports role-based access control at the file and folder level? And we have four options. Option A, Azure Disk Storage. Option B, Azure Data Lake Storage. Option C, Azure Blob Storage. And option D, Azure Queue Storage. So the right answer here is option B, Azure Data Lake Storage. Question number 112. You need to store data in Azure Blob Storage for 7 years to meet your company's compliance requirements. The retrieval time of the data is unimportant. The solution must minimize storage costs. Which storage tier should you use? And we have three options: archive, hot, cool. So the right answer here is option A, archive. Archive optimized for storing data that is rarely accessed and stored for at least 180 days with flexible latency requirements on the order of hours. Question number 113. Which type of non-relational data store supports a flexible schema, stores data as JSON files, and stores all the data for an entity in the same document? And we have four options. Option A, document. Option B, columnar. Option C, graph. And option D, time series. So the right answer here is option A, document. Question number 114. Match the Azure Cosmos DB APIs to the appropriate data structures. To answer, drag the appropriate API from the column on the left to its data structure on the right. Each API may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct answer is worth 1 point. So the APIs we have Cassandra API, Gremlin API, MongoDB API, Table API. So the right answers for graph data is Gremlin API, and for JSON documents we have MongoDB API, and for key value data we have Table API. Question number 115. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. To configure an Azure storage account to support both security at the folder level and atomic directory manipulation. So we have 4 options. So the right answer here is enable the hierarchical namespace. A key mechanism that allows Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 to provide file system performance at object storage scale and prices is the addition of a hierarchical namespace. These allows the collection of object files within an account to be organized into a hierarchy of directories and nested subdirectories in the same way that the file system on your computer is organized. With a hierarchical namespace enabled, a storage account becomes capable of providing the scalability and cost effectiveness of object storage with file system semantics that are familiar to analytics engines and frameworks. One advantage of hierarchical namespace is atomic directory manipulation. Object stores approximate a directory hierarchy by adopting a convention of embedding slashes in the object name to denote path segments. Question number 116. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. You can query a graph database in Azure Cosmos DB. And we have 4 options. So the right option here is as nodes and edges by using the Gremlin language. So question number 117. When provisioning an Azure Cosmos DB account, which feature provides redundancy within an Azure region? And we have 4 options. Option A, multi-master replication. Option B, availability zones. Option C, the strong consistency level. And option D, automatic failover. So the right answer here is option B, availability zones. With availability zone support, Azure Cosmos DB will ensure replicas are placed across multiple zones within a given region to provide high availability and resiliency to zonal failures. So Azure Cosmos DB provides high availability in 2 primary ways. First, Azure Cosmos DB replicates data across regions configured within a Cosmos account. Second, Azure Cosmos DB maintains 4 replicas of data within a region. Question number 118. What is the benefit of the Azure Cosmos DB Table API as compared to Azure Table Storage? And we have 4 options. Option A provides resiliency if an Azure region fails. Option B, support partitioning. Option C, provides a higher storage capacity, and option D supports a multi-master model. So the right answer here is option D supports a multi-master model. Multi-master support for Azure Cosmos DB is now available in all public regions. Azure Cosmos DB Table API is a key value storage hosted in the cloud. It's a part of Azure Cosmos DB, that is Microsoft multi-model database. Question number 119. Your company needs to design a database that shows how changes in network traffic in one area of a network affect network traffic in other areas of the network. Which type of data store should you use? And we have four options: graph, key value, document, columnar. So the right answer here is option A, graph. Data as it appears in the real world is naturally connected. Traditional data modeling focuses on defining entities separately and computing their relationships at runtime. While this model has its advantages, highly connected data can be challenging to manage under its constraints. A graph database approach relies on persisting relationships in the storage layer instead, which leads to highly efficient graph retrieval operations. Azure Cosmos DB's Gremlin API supports the property graph model. Question number 120. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. Azure Databricks can consume data from Azure SQL database. So this statement is true. Azure Databricks can consume data from Azure Event Hubs. This statement is true. Azure Databricks can consume data from Azure Cosmos DB, and this is also true. So Azure Databricks can consume data from SQL databases using JDBC and from SQL databases using the Apache Spark connector. The Apache Spark connector for Azure SQL database and SQL Server enables these databases to act as input data sources and output data sinks for Apache Spark jobs. So you can stream data into Azure Databricks using Event Hubs. You can also run Spark jobs with data stored in Azure Cosmos DB using the Cosmos DB Spark connector. Cosmos can be used for batch and stream processing and as a serving layer for low latency access. You can use the connector with Azure Databricks or Azure HT Insight, which provide managed Spark cluster on Azure. So question number 121. Match the data store services to the appropriate descriptions. To answer, track the appropriate service from the column on the left of its description on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So each correct match is worth 1 point. So we have the following services: Azure Blob Storage, Azure Cosmos DB, Azure Files, Azure Table Storage. So the right services for the statements are: so Azure Cosmos DB for enables the use of SQL queries against data stored in JSON documents. Azure Files enables users to access data by using the server message block version 3 protocol. So in Azure Cosmos DB's SQL API, items are stored as JSON. The type system and expressions are restricted to deal only with JSON types. Azure Files offers native cloud file sharing services based on the SME protocol. Question number 122. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. When provisioning in Azure Cosmos DB, you need to specify which type of API you will use. So the right answer here is account. Question number 123. You need to store data by using Azure Table Storage. What should you create first? And we have four options. Option A, an Azure Cosmos DB instance. Option B, a storage account. Option C, a blob container. Or option D, a table. So the right answer here is option B, a storage account. So first create an Azure storage account, then use table service in the Azure portal to create a table. So an Azure storage account contains all of your Azure storage data objects, blobs, files, queues, and tables. Question number 124. You need to recommend a data store service that meets the following requirements: native SQL API access, configurable indexes. What should you recommend? And we have four options: Azure Files, Azure Blob Storage, Azure Table Storage, Azure Cosmos DB. So the right answer here is option D, Azure Cosmos DB. So Azure Cosmos DB comes with the native core API support. In Azure Cosmos DB, data is indexed following indexing policies that are defined for each container. The default indexing policy for newly created containers enforces range indexes for any string or number. This policy can be overridden with your own custom indexing policy. Question number 125. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So we have the following statements. Azure Table Storage within a single Azure storage account supports multiple concurrent reads in different Azure regions. So this statement is true. Azure Table Storage within a single Azure storage account supports multiple concurrent writes in different Azure regions. This statement is false. An Azure Cosmos DB account that uses the table API supports multiple concurrent reads in different Azure regions. This statement is true. An Azure Cosmos DB account that uses the table API supports multiple concurrent writes in different Azure regions. This statement is true as well. Question number 126. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. To configure an Azure storage account to support access control list that have object level permissions. So the right option here is enable the hierarchical namespace. So a key mechanism that allows Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 to provide file system performance at object storage scale and prices is the additional of a hierarchical namespace. This allows the collection of objects files within an account to be organized into a hierarchy of directories and nested subdirectories in the same way that the file system on your computer is organized. With a hierarchical namespace enabled, a storage account becomes capable of providing the scalability and cost effectiveness of the object storage with file system semantics that are familiar to analytics engines and frameworks. Question number 127. Your office is planning to use Power BI for its analytics reports but needs to know which of its existing Azure resources will not support Power BI paginated reports. Which of the following Azure services does not support Power BI? And we have four options. Option A, SQL Server via Gateway. Option B, Teradata. Option C, Oracle databases. And option D, Azure Data Lake. So the right answer here is option D, Azure Data Lake. So Azure Data Lake is not a supported data source of Power BI. The following are the supported data source: Azure SQL Database and Data Warehouse, Azure Analysis Service, SQL Service via a Gateway, SQL Service Analysis Service via a Gateway, Power BI Datasets, Oracle, Teradata. Question number 128. An office heating and cooling system's temperature detection devices will gather the stored temperature data from various offices on a different floors within a building and send the stored data once a week to a backend server for analysis. This is an example of which type of data processing. And we have four options: batch processing, real-time processing, stream processing, and transactional processing. So the right answer here is option A, batch processing. So at the sensors gather the stored data for each week before it is sent. The data is considered historic even though a week is far from ancient history. Essentially, if it not gathered in real time or near real time, it is still considered historic data and it is qualifies as batch analysis. Question number 129. Your manager has approached you with the request to reduce Azure storage costs in your department and ask you if changing storage tiers from hot to cold would help. What key consideration should you inform him about when performing this change? And we have four options. Option A, hot storage has a higher storage cost but lower access costs. Option B, storage tiers are relative to the amount of data stored, not the age of the data. We should move all data to cold storage. Option C, cool storage has a lower storage cost but higher access cost. We should ensure that data is not frequently accessed. And option D, storage tiering is complicated. You should move back to storage accounts or page blob storage and see if this helps. So the right answer here is option C. Cool storage has a lower storage cost but higher access cost. We should ensure the data is not frequently accessed. So the Azure Cold Storage tier is optimized for storing data that is infrequently accessed and long-lived. Data in the cold storage tier can tolerate slightly lower availability, but still requires high durability and similar time to access and throughput characteristics as hot data. For cool data, a slightly lower availability SLA and higher access cost are acceptable trade-offs for much lower storage costs. Question number 130. Which of the following is not a feature of Azure Table Storage? And we have four options. Option A, Azure Table Storage can store petabytes of semi-structured data and non-relational data. And option B,
Azure Table Storage can support different rows in the same table with different structures. Option C, Azure Table Storage can offer a strong consistency model. Or option D, Azure Table Storage supports Go and .NET client libraries. So the right answer here is option D. Azure Table Storage supports Go and .NET client libraries. The first three options are the features of Azure Table Storage. Azure Storage provides rich client libraries for building apps with .NET, Java, Android, C++, Node.js, PHP, Ruby, and Python, but currently the client library of Go language is not available. Question number 131. Review the following SQL statement. Which parameter is ABC employees in the SQL statement? And we have four options: table name, column name, database name, values to be inserted. So the right answer here is option A, table name. This is a SQL statement, and as per the syntax, abc.employees is the table into which the data is entered. Question number 132. Your employer will be moving an application to Azure soon. You have been tasked with choosing a relational database management system that makes the transition go as smoothly as possible. The new database management system must be compatible with Oracle database. It must allow the application to query older versions of data, and it must be low maintenance once provisioned. Which solution below would be the best choice? And we have four options: MariaDB, SQL Server, PostgreSQL, and MySQL. So the right answer here is option A, MariaDB. MariaDB is the only choice that meets all of its listed requirements. It has built-in support for temporal data. There is very little additional administration required once it has been provisioned in Azure, and it offers compatibility with Oracle. Question number 133. Your company onboarded to Azure recently. You host an on-premises graph database which uses Gremlin on-premises. Your manager asks you to look into the possible platform as a service database service that you can host your on-premises database Azure service. Which Azure database service will fulfill your requirements? And we have four options: Azure Cosmos DB, Azure SQL database, Azure Cache for Redis, Azure database for MariaDB. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Cosmos DB. Azure Cosmos DB is the globally distributed multi-model database service for Microsoft for mission-critical applications. Azure Cosmos DB provides a graph database service via the Gremlin API on a fully managed database service designed for any scale. Question number 134. Which of the following SQL actions is an example of data manipulation language? And we have four options: insert, drop, alter, create. So the right answer here is option A, insert. A data manipulation language is a computer programming language used for adding, deleting, and modifying data in a database. A DML is often a sub-language of a broader database language such as SQL, with the DML
comprising some of the operators in the language. Question number 135. You are setting up the backend for an online game that uses microtransactions for revenue. The totals are billed to the users at the end of the month. There are thousands of users and you would like the transactions to be processed during off-peak time. What term best describes how this data workload is processed? And we have four options. Option A, batch data processing. Option B, asynchronous data processing. Option C, streaming data processing. And option D, relational data processing. So the right answer here is option A, batch data processing. Batch data processing describes the situation in which large amounts of data are processed all at once, usually at a convenient time. Question number 136. Which of the following is used as data definition language? We have four options: insert, merge, alter, update. So the right answer here is option C, alter. A DDL is a language used to define data structures and modify data. For example, DDL commands can be used to add, remove, or modify tables within a database. DDLs used in database applications are considered a subset of SQL and structured query language. Question number 137. A support specialist is writing SQL queries for custom client reports in Microsoft SQL Server. Which dialect of SQL would be most appropriate for this querying tool? And we have four options: Transact SQL, DML, PGSQL, PLSQL. So the right answer here is option A, Transact SQL. Transact SQL is the correct answer. TSQL is used in both Microsoft SQL Server and Azure SQL databases. PGSQL and PLSQL are used in other querying tools. DML is not a SQL dialect. Question number 138. Which blob access storage tier would you use when dealing with a large amount of data that is rarely used and mainly stored for compliance or tax purposes? And we have four options: hot, cool, archive, deep archive. So the right answer here is option C, archive. Blob storage has multiple access tiers: hot, cool, and archive. The hot tier is for frequently accessed files. The cool tier is for files you expect to access only about once a month or less. The advantage is that it costs less than the hot tier as long as you don't access it frequently. The archive tier is for files that are rarely accessed, such as backup files. It has the lowest storage cost but the highest retrieval costs. It also takes several hours to retrieve files from the archive tier. Question number 139. You will upload a few dozen data blobs to Azure, and you need to choose the best type of storage account for this data. The data is mostly short videos and images from recent corporate retreats that will be shared periodically at conferences. You have been directed to use best practices and to avoid legacy storage solutions. These data will be accessed infrequently by internal parties only, and latency is not a concern. What would be the best storage account type to recommend in this situation? And we have four options: general purpose V2 accounts, blob storage accounts, blob storage accounts, file storage accounts.
So the right answer here is option A, general purpose V2 accounts. General purpose V2 accounts would be the best Azure storage solution for this scenario. File storage is not for blobs. Blob storage is a legacy solution, and block storage would work, but it is a premium solution, definitely overkill in this particular scenario. Question number 140. Your network admin recently purchased licenses for an internal chat client that should improve productivity company-wide. This particular hosted application is installed and hosted on virtual hardware managed by a third party. Which term below best describes this type of service? And we have four options: software as a service, Internet of Things, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service. So the right answer here is option A, software as a service. So SaaS is the correct answer because this service includes the client application hosted on virtual hardware by a third party. Question number 141. While working as a data analyst, your client has asked for an analysis of internal data from a Microsoft SQL Server database compared with third-party data that can only be exported as a CSV file. Which method below would be best for loading both data sets to Azure Synapse Analytics? Option A, use SQL Server Integration Service to load the data from both services to Synapse. Option B, reach out to the third-party app support team to see if they have an API. Option C, export internal data to CSV to get everything into the same format before loading to Synapse. Option D, create a new table in the SQL Server database containing the third-party data so that all of the data is in the same place before beginning analysis. So the right answer here is option A. Use SQL Server Integration Service to load the data from both sources into Synapse. SIIS is native to SQL Server and it allows database, flat file and XML integration. So question number 142. You are a data analyst working for a small firm and you have been asked to determine if a data warehouse solution is needed. Of the following scenarios, which is most likely to require a robust modern data warehousing solution? Option A, you track raw streaming website traffic data, heat map results, and compare those with batches of revenue data coming in weekly. Option B, the client is an insurance broker looking to perform a forensic analysis of their digital ledgers from the past 2 years. Option C, your client is a political campaign and tracking how often and what time of day your employer's opponent is posting to social media. Option D, the client is a library looking to examine historical checkout records in an attempt to predict which selections will be popular in the coming year. So the right answer here is option A. The correct answer is the website and sales data because it requires capturing both streaming and batch data. The other three answers only include one type of data or historical data, which would not require a modern data warehousing solution. Question number 143. You are the lead data analyst in one of the leading grocery chains in the country. You need to analyze existing quarterly sales data from the previous fiscal year and have to draw inferences out of it. These results will be studied by the business development team to improve the marketing strategies. What is the generalized name for this type of analytics? Option A, descriptive analytics. Option B, predictive analytics. Option C, prescriptive analytics. And option D, cognitive analytics. So the right answer here is option D, cognitive analytics.
Cognitive analytics attempts to draw inferences from existing data and patterns, derive conclusions based on existing knowledge bases, and then add these findings back into the knowledge base for future references, a self-learning feedback loop. Cognitive analytics help you to learn what might happen if circumstances change and how you might handle these situations. Question number 144. Your development team is working on a new application. You have been asked to provision a new Azure SQL database. Which of the following tools cannot complete these tasks? Choose two answers. Option A, Azure Data Factory. Option B, Azure Command Line Interface. Option C, the Azure Portal. Option D, Azure Cosmos DB API. So the right answer here is option A and option D. There are four tools that can be used to provision a new Azure SQL DB: the Azure Portal, Azure Resource Manager templates, the Azure Command Line tool, and Azure PowerShell. The two correct answers are Azure Cosmos DB API and Azure Data Factory. Cannot be used to provision a new Azure SQL DB. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 145. You're using Azure Data Lake Storage to stage data from analysis that is coming in from Twitter and Facebook. Which of the following statements is true about how Azure Data Lake Storage organizes the data as it streams in? Option A, Azure Data Lake Storage organizes incoming unprocessed data files into directories and subdirectories to make the data easier to manipulate and analyze. Option B, Azure Data Lake Storage is a managed analytics service based on Hadoop. Spark jobs are split into various subtasks that are run on a cluster. Option C, Azure Data Lake Storage organizes incoming data into relational databases tables with defined columns and rows. Option D, Azure Data Lake Storage is a data integration service that retrieves data from various sources and converts it into usable formats. So the right answer here is option A. Azure Data Lake Storage organizes incoming unprocessed data files into directories and subdirectories to make the data easier to manipulate and analyze. It is a repository for large quantities of raw data. It is not a data integration service. That answer is describing Azure Data Factory. It is not a managed analytics service. The answer is referring to Azure HT Insight. It does not convert data into relational database tables. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 146. You have to connect with the database server hosted in Azure SQL database over the public internet. The server is hosted in a network for a new office location. You are unable to establish a connection until you make several network reconfigurations related to the Azure SQL database, assuming all modifications for all the other network resources have been made. Which of these methods will allow you to connect with the database over the public internet in the new office? Option A, update the range of allowed IP addresses within your database level IP firewall rules. Option B, set the allow Azure services parameter for the specific SQL database to ON. Option C, update the range of allowed IP addresses within your server level IP firewall rules. Option D, set up a private endpoint to connect to the database via private link. So the right answer here is option A. So let's jump on to the next one. Question number 147. Review the following SQL statement. So which parameter is abc.employees in the SQL statement? And the options are table name, column name, database name, values to be inserted. So the right option here is option A, table name. This is a SQL statement, and as per the syntax, abc.employee is the table into which the data is entered. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 148. You will upload a few dozen data blobs to Azure, and you need to choose the best type of storage account for this data. The data is mostly short videos and images from recent corporate retreats that will be shared periodically at conferences. You have been directed to use best practices and to avoid legacy storage solutions. This data will be accessed infrequently by internal parties only, and the latency is not a concern. What should be the best storage account type to recommend in this situation? Option A, general purpose V2 accounts. Option B, blob storage accounts. Option C, blob black blob storage accounts. And option D, file storage accounts. So the right answer here is option A. General purpose V2 accounts would be the best Azure storage solution for this scenario. File storage is not for blobs. Blob storage is a legacy solution, and a blob block storage would work, but it's a premium solution. Definitely overkill in this particular scenario. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 149. A social media application uses a URL shortener feature to make it easier for users to quickly share their content. The URLs are stored in a key value store database. This type of storage is very simple, but it is also limited in functionality. Which two write operations are allowed on key value store data? Choose two. And the options are insert, delete, update, select. So the right option here is option A and option B. Insert and delete are the only write actions allowed on key value store data. Update operations cannot be performed on a key value store data. Select and count are not write actions. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 150. You are a data analyst at a small direct marketing firm. The executives have asked you to create an interactive dashboard to display year over year sales and affiliate marketing data. Which two of the tools below would be the best for data visualization and reporting? Choose two answers. And the options are Power BI, Microsoft Excel, SQL Server Management Studio, PostgreSQL. So the right answer here is option A and option B. Power BI and Microsoft Excel are the correct answers. Power BI is a powerful visualization platform. Excel can also be used to build dashboards and create reports. The other options are not data visualization tools. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 151. Your manager has approached you with a request to reduce Azure storage cost in your department and asked you if changing storage tiers from hot to cold would help. What key consideration would you inform him about when performing this change? Option A. Hot storage has a higher storage cost but lower access costs. Option B. Storage tiers are relative to the amount of data stored, not the age of the data. We would move all data to cold storage. Option C. Cool storage has a lower storage cost but higher access cost. We would ensure the data is not frequently accessed. Option D. Storage tiering is complicated. We would move back to storage accounts or page blob storage and see if these helps. So the right answer here is option C. The Azure Cool Storage tier is optimized for storing data that is infrequently accessed and long-lived. Data in the cool storage tier can tolerate slightly lower availability but still requires high durability and similar time to access the throughput characteristics as hot data. For cool data, a slightly lower availability, SLA and higher access cost are acceptable trade-offs for much lower storage cost. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 152, which of the following SQL actions is an example of data manipulation language DML? Options are insert, drop, alert, create. So the right answer here is option A, insert. A data manipulation language DML is a computer programming language used for adding, deleting and modifying data in a database. A DML is often a sub-language of a broader database language such as SQL, with the DML comprising some of the operators in the language. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 153, you demonstrate a Power BI dashboard with your client in the service in your web browser, and they are excited about the visualizations. They would like to be able to share this data with their customers at conventions. How can your client accomplish these? Option A, they can log into the service on a laptop and share the dashboards. They can use the mobile app on a phone or tablet. Option B, because they have access to the dataset, it would be best to show them how to build their own dashboard instead of having to view yours. Option C, they will need to log into Power BI desktop and make sure they schedule updates to ensure the data remains accurate. Option D, because they do not have Power BI installed on their computers, you will need to export the database dashboard and host it on a custom web application for the client. So the right answer here is option A. They can log into the service on a laptop and share the dashboards. They can use the mobile app on a phone or tablet. For viewing and sharing the dashboard, the Power BI service or the mobile app is sufficient. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 154, an office heating and cooling system's temperature detection devices will gather and store temperature data from various offices on different floors within a building and sends the stored data once a week to a backend server for analysis. This is an example of which type of data processing. Options are batch processing, real-time processing, near real-time processing, and transactional processing. So the right answer here is option A, batch processing. At the census gather the stored data for each week before it is sent. The data is considered historic even though a week is far from ancient history. Essential, if it is not gathered in real time or near real time, it is still considered historic data and it is qualifies as batch analysis. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 155, which of the following is used as a data definition language, DDL? Insert, merge, alert, update. So the right answer here is option C, alert. A DDL is a language used to define data structures and modify data. For example, DDL commands can be used to add, remove, or modify tables within a database. DDLs used in database applications are considered a subset of SQL, the structured query language. So let's jump on to the next. So question number 156. Your company onboarded to Azure recently. You host an on-premises graph database which uses Gremlin on-premises. Your manager asks you to look into the possible platform as a service database service that you can host your on-premises database Azure service. Which Azure database service will fulfill your requirements? Options are Azure Cosmos DB, Azure SQL Database, Azure Cache for Redis, Azure Database for MariaDB. So the right answer here is option A. Azure Cosmos DB is a globally distributed multi-model database service from Microsoft for mission-critical applications. Azure Cosmos DB provides a graph database service via the Gremlin API on a fully managed database service designed for any scale. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 157, which of the following is not a feature of Azure Table Storage? Options are option A, Azure Table Storage can store petabytes of semi-structured data and non-relational data. Option B, Azure Table Storage can support different rows in the same table with different structures. Option C, Azure Table Storage can offer a strong consistency model. Option D, Azure Table Storage supports Go and .NET client libraries. So the right answer here is option A, B, and C. The first three options are the features of Azure Table Storage. Azure Storage provides rich client libraries for building apps with .NET, Java, Android, C++, Node.js, PHP, Ruby, and Python. but currently the client library of Go language is not available. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 158, you're working for an e-commerce company and you have been tasked with creating a new table in a customer database. The table will contain all customers who have signed up for the new customer loyalty program. Which of the following columns would make the best choice for a primary key? And the options are customer ID, birth date, product ID, address. So the right answer here is option A. The customer ID would be the best choice for primary key. The primary key must uniquely identify the row in the table. None of the other choices are necessarily unique to the specific row in the table. So question number 159. Your company is searching for a data analytics service hosted on Azure, Microsoft Azure that supports the following. Integration with Apache Spark for big data workloads. Integration with SQL technologies for data warehousing. Integration with Azure ML and Power BI. Which Azure service below meets these companies' requirements? Options are Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Databricks, Azure Data Explorer, Azure HD Insights. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Synapse Analytics. All the listed options are analytics services available from Azure, but all three requirements of the company can be managed only by Azure Synapse Analytics. Azure Synapse removes the traditional technology barriers between using SQL and Spark together. You can seamlessly mix and match based on your needs and expertise. A shared Hive-compatible metadata system allows tables defined on files in the data lake to be seamlessly consumed by either Spark or Hive. SQL and Spark can directly explore and analyze Parquet, CSV, TSV, and JSON files stored in the data lake with fast, scalable load and unload for data going between SQL and Spark databases. Azure Synapse removes the traditional technology barriers between using SQL and Spark together. You can seamlessly mix and match based on your needs and expertise. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 160, review the following statements about Cosmos DB. Statement 1, Azure Cosmos DB backs its consistency and throughput with service level agreements. It is a fully managed NoSQL database. Second statement, Azure Cosmos DB supports provides a graph database service via multiple popular APIs used, including Gremlin, Cassandra, and MongoDB. Option 3, in the event of a regional failure, Cosmos DB can store service with both an RTO and an RPO of 0. Which description of these statements about Cosmos DB is correct? So the right option here is option A. So these statements are true. Azure Cosmos DB backs its consistency and throughput with service level agreements. It is fully managed NoSQL database. Azure Cosmos DB supports provides a graph database service via multiple popular API including Gremlin, Cassandra, and MongoDB. This statement falls based on the CAP theorem. In the event of regional failure, Cosmos DB can restore service with both an RTO and an RPO of 0. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 161. Your network admin recently purchased licenses for an internal chat client that should improve productivity company-wide. This particular hosted application is installed and hosted on virtual hardware managed by a third party. Which term below best describes this type of service? The options are software as a service, Internet of Things, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service. So the right option here is option A, software as a service. SaaS is the correct answer because the service includes the client application hosted on virtual hardware by a third party. Let's jump on to the next question. So question number 162. You're working with a company offering online financial services. When processing request, a source account will be detected and the target account will be updated sequentially. In case of any mismatches, the whole process should be reverted and updated in databases. Which type of database is the best fit within this process? Option A, online analytical processing database. Option B, online transactional processing database. Option C, graph database, and option D, time series databases. So the right answer here is option B, online transactional processing database. Banks and financial firms will have transactions that are critical and sequential. They commonly use SQL databases to be precious. OLTP databases, OLAP databases are not suitable for this requirement and are used for analytics. A graph database is a database that uses graph structures for semantic queries with nodes, edges, and properties to represent the stored data, so it will not a right fit here. Time series databases answer questions about trends and events. While it is a type of key value store with time as the key, a time series database looks at ranges of data points to calculate answers. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 163. Your office is planning to use Power BI for its analytics reports, but needs to know which of its existing Azure resources will not support Power BI paginated reports. Which of the following Azure services does not support Power BI? And the options are SQL Server via Gateway, Teradata, Oracle databases, Azure Data Lake. So the right answer here is option D, Azure Data Lake. Azure Data Lake is a not supported data source for Power BI. The following are the supported data sources: Azure SQL Database and Data Warehouse, Azure Analysis Service, SQL Server via a Gateway, SQL Server Analysis Services via a Gateway, Power BI Database, Datasets, Oracle, Teradata. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 164. You are setting up the backend for an online game that uses microtransactions for revenue. The total are billed to the users at the end of the month. There are thousands of users and you would like the transactions to be processed during off-peak time. What term best describes how this data workload is processed? Option A, batch data processing. Option B, asynchronous data processing. Option C, streaming data processing. And option D, relational data processing. So the right answer here is option A, batch data processing. Batch data processing describes the situation in which large amounts of data are processed at one, usually at a convenient time. Question number 165. Review the following SQL statement. Which parameter is user ID in the SQL statement? And the options are table name, column name, database name, values to be inserted. So the right answer here is option B, column name. This is a SQL query. As per the syntax, user ID is the name of the first column to which the data is stored. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 166. A real estate company wants to design a solution that recommends plots of land for their customers to visit based on the user's live location. The recommendations will be sent as push notifications to their customers' mobile devices in real time. It is critical for the real estate company's business that these should be shown as soon as the user enters any location where plots are available for sale. Which type of data processing would these solution need to support in order to provide these locations to customers in real time? And the options are batch processing, stream processing, distributed processing, transactional processing. So the right answer here is option B, stream processing. Because the recommendations are based on real-time and near real-time location of the user, the solution will require stream processing. Batch processing is ideal for historic data analysis workloads. Distributed processing, also known as distributed computing, is defined as using a network of computers to perform specific tasks with one main computer used for more complicated tasks. Transactional processing is technology responsible for making the exchange balanced and predictable. For example, office activities, financial functions, credit card transactions, the insurance industry, order processing, invoicing, and many service functions such as helplines and help desks are also not the right fit here. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 167. A support specialist is writing SQL queries for custom client reports in Microsoft SQL Server. Which dialect of SQL would be most appropriate for this querying tool? And the options are Transact SQL, DML, PG SQL, PL SQL. So the right answer here is option A, Transact SQL. Transact SQL is the correct answer. TSQL is used in both Microsoft SQL Server and Azure SQL Database. PGSQL and PLSQL are used in other querying tools. DML, data manipulation language, is not a SQL dialect. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 168. Which Azure storage data redundancy options will actually keep your data in more than one region? Option A, locally redundant storage. Option B, zone redundant storage. Option C, geo redundant storage. And option D, read access geo redundant storage. So the right answer here is option C and D. Locally redundant storage is replicated across racks in the same data center. This means that if there is a disaster at that data center, your data could be lost. Although this is highly unlikely, you should only use locally redundant storage if you can easily reconstruct your data. Zone redundant storage is replicated across 3 zones within one region. So if an entire zone goes down, your data will still be available. Geo-redundant storage is replicated across 2 regions, so even if an entire region goes down, your data will still be available. Read access geo-redundant storage ensures that if there's a disaster in your primary region, then you can read your data from the secondary region immediately. You won't have to write access. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 169. Your company's data analysis team is searching for a suitable data analysis and reporting tool that is compatible with Microsoft Azure. This needs to be a managed solution, can connect to hundreds of data sources and allows your team to work offline in case of network connection issues. Which of the following data visualization services meet your requirements? And the options are Jupyter Notebooks, Zeppelin Notebooks, Power BI, Microsoft Azure Notebooks. So the right answer here is option C, Power BI. Power BI is a suite of business analytics tools. It can connect to hundreds of data sources and can be used for ad hoc analysis. It meets the requirements, most notably the capability to work offline through Power BI desktop. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 170. You have designed a relational database that will primarily serve to handle purchasing transactions. One vital aspect of transactional databases is that each transaction must be handled as an individual unit. If one of your purchases fails, the entire transaction must fail as a unit to preserve the data's integrity, and any changes that have already been applied at the point of failure must be reverted. Which term below best describes this property of relational databases? And the options are atomicity, consistency, durability, isolation. So the right answer here is option A, atomicity. Atomicity is the correct answer because it is the property that ensures all transactions are handled as a single unit. Consistency may seem a likely answer, but the property of consistency only ensures that every loss or creation of data is properly accounted for. Atomicity helps to ensure consistency, but they are not synonyms. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 171. Which Bob access storage tier would you use when dealing with a large amount of data that is rarely used and mainly stored for compliance or tax purposes? And the options are hot, cool, archive, deep archive. So the right answer here is option C, archive. Blob storage has multiple access tiers, hot, cool, and archive. The hot tier is for frequently accessed files. The cool tier is for files you expect to access only about once a month or less. The advantage is that it costs less than the hot tier as long as you don't access it frequently. The archive tier is for files that are rarely accessed, such as backup files. It has the lowest storage cost but the highest retrieval costs. It also takes several hours to retrieve files from the archive tier. Question number 172. Which of the following statements about ETL and ELT is false? Option A, ELT is considered a schema on road. Option B, ultimately, if scale is a concern, ETL is the preferred strategy over ELT. Option C, ETL is considered a schema on write. Option D, ELT essentially replicates data to store as IS. So the right answer here is option B. ETL is considered a schema on write because the data is first transformed into some standard format or schema before it's returned to storage. The ELT process or extract, load and transform process essentially replicates data to store as is. Only after the data is returned to storage is it transformed into a usable format. This is referred to as schema on read. By breaking the process apart in ELT, it's possible to ingest lots more data than with ETL. You can essentially ingest data as fast as it's written. Ultimately, if scale is a concern, ELT is a preferred strategy over ETL. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 173. You are making the case to your supervisor that customers' data should be stored in a NoSQL service like Azure Table Storage instead of a relational database. She wants you to explain how the services are different. Which statement below best explains the differences between Azure Table Storage and a relational database solution? Option A, Azure Table Storage is a schemaless data storage solution made up of tables of entities. Entities are similar to relational database rows but without a set schema of columns. The number and variety of properties can vary by entity. Option B, Azure Table Storage stores data in the Avro format instead of using columns and rows like a relational database. Data is stored as a binary information. It is a great solution for compressing data and reducing bandwidth usage. Azure Table Storage is a great for storing amorphous blobs of data. These binary large objects might include data that does not usually contain fields like audio or video data. Option D, Azure Table Storage places data that might conventionally be stored in relational database tables and stores it in JSON documents. Each field within the document has a name label and fields may vary by entity. So the right answer here is option A. So question number 174, you created a web form to capture data about customers who subscribe to your newsletter. You will be storing the data in a semi-structured format in a non-relational database because most of the fields on the form are optional, and you will not have all of the same pieces of information for each customer of the options listed below, which is a common effective way to store this data type of data. The options are a JSON document, MySQL database, Microsoft Excel, Azure SQL database. So the right answer here is option A, a JSON document. A JSON document is the correct answer. JavaScript object notation is a common way to store semi-structured non-relational data. Excel is not a database. Azure SQL and MySQL are relational databases with tables, and the question is especially asking for a non-relational data solution. Question number 175. Your employer will be moving an application to Azure soon. You have been tasked with choosing a relational database management system that makes the transition go as smoothly as possible. The new database management system must be compatible with Oracle database. It must allow the application to query older versions of data, and it must be low maintenance once provisioned. Which solution would be the best choice? The options are MariaDB, SQL Server, PostgreSQL, MySQL. So the right answer here is option A, MariaDB. MariaDB is the only choice that meets all of the listed requirements. It has built-in support for temporal data. There is very little additional administration required once it has been provisioned in Azure, and it offers compatibility with Oracle. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 176, your application is hosted in the cloud and you are ready to begin work on an analytic strategy. Thinking about the balance of streaming and batch data you will be processing, you now must decide which approach for data processing best fits your model. Choose the statement below that best highlights the difference between extract, transform, and load. And load, transform. Option A, ETL is better for streaming data because raw data is being processed on the fly in a continuous pipeline. ELT is better for batch data because it allows the superior cloud processing power to handle large chunks of data at once. Option B, ETL is the best for handling large amounts of data and ELT is a better option for basic data cleaning tasks. Option C, ELT is better for streaming data because raw data is being processed on the fly in a continuous pipeline. ETL is better for batch data because it allows you to take advantage of the superior cloud processing power to handle large chunk of serve data at once. ETL and ELT are essentially the same, and all that changes is when the data gets transformed. The choice really depends on which tools you're using and is not determined based on whether you're processing batch or streaming data. So the right answer here is option A. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 177, your supervisor has asked you to provision and deploy an Azure Cosmos DB instance using PowerShell. However, you're not familiar with PowerShell and you would be more comfortable provisioning using a different tool. Which two of the tools listed below could be used to deploy a service in Azure? Choose two answers. And the options are the Azure portal, the Azure command line interface, Azure Data Studio, Azure Data Share. So the right answer here is option A and option B. Azure command line interface and the Azure portal are the only two correct answers. None of the other Azure tools are used for deployment or provisioning of services. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 178. Which of the following Azure services can be managed, administered using SQL Server Management Studio? Choose three answers. And the options are Azure SQL Database, Azure SQL Managed Instance, Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Blob Storage. So the right answer here is option A, B, and C. SQL Server Management Studio is an integrated environment for managing any SQL infrastructure. Use SSMS to access, configure, manage, administer, and develop all components of SQL Server, Azure SQL Database, and Azure Synapse Analytics. SSMS provides a single comprehensive utility that combines a broad group of graphical tools with a number of rich script editors to provide access to SQL Server for developers and database administrators for all skill levels. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 179, the company is designing an application that will write a high volume of JSON data and will have an application defined schema. Which type of data store should you use? And the options are columnar, key value, document, graph. So the right answer here is option C, document. Question number 180. You need to recommend a non-relational data store that is optimized for storing and retrieving text files, videos, audio streams, and virtual disk images. The data store must store data, some metadata, and a unique ID for each file. Which type of data store should you recommend? Options are key value, columnar, object, and document. So the right answer here is option C, object. Object storage is optimized for storing and retrieval large binary objects. Large data files are also popularly used in this model, for example, delimiter file, Pocket, and ORC. Object stores can manage extremely large amounts of unstructured data. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 181, your company is designing a data store for internet connected temperature sensors. The collected data will be used to analyze temperature trends. Which type of data store should you use? And the options are relational, time series, graph, columnar. So the right answer here is option B, time series. Time series data is a set of values organized by time. Time series databases typically collect large amounts of data in real time for a large number of sources. Updates are rare and deletes are often done as bulk operations. Although the records written to a time series database are generally small, there are often a large number of records. The total data size can grow rapidly. Question number 182. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are copying data to Azure Data Lake storage from another Azure region results in extra cost. Second statement, you can use blob, table, and file storage in the same Azure storage account. Statement 3, you implement Azure Data Lake storage by creating an Azure storage account. So let's see the right options here. So all the three statements are true. Question number 183. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. When using the Azure Cosmos DB Gremlin API, the container resource type is projected as, and you have the following options. So the right answer here is graph. Question number 184. Your company needs to design a database that illustrates the relationship between utilization levels of individual network devices across a local area network. Which type of data store should you use? The options are graph, key value, document, columnar. So the right answer here is option A, graph. Data as it appears in the real world is naturally connected. Traditional data modeling focuses on defining entities separately and computing their relationships at runtime. While this model has its advantages, highly connected data can be challenging to manage under its constraints. A graph database approach relies on persisting relationships in the storage layer instead, which leads to highly efficient graph interval operations. Azure Cosmos DB's Gremlin API supports the property graph model. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 185. You manage an application that stores data in a shared folder on a Windows server. you need to move the shared folder to Azure storage. Which type of Azure storage should you use? And the options are queue, blob, file, table. Azure file shares can be mounted concurrently by cloud or on-premises deployments of Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Azure file shares can also be cached on Windows servers with Azure File Sync for fast access near where the data is being used. Question number 186. Your company is designing a database that will contain session data for a website. The data will include notification, personalization, attributes, and products that are added to a shopping cart. Which type of data store will provide the lowest latency to retrieve the data? And the options are key value, graph, columnar, document. So the right answer here is option C, columnar. Question number 187. You have an application that runs on Windows and requires access to a mapped drive. Which Azure service should you use? And the options are Azure Files, Azure Blob Storage, Azure Cosmos DB, Azure Table Storage. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Files. Azure Files is Microsoft's easy to use cloud file system. Azure file shares can be seamlessly used in Windows and Windows Server. To use an Azure file share with Windows, you must either mount it, which means assigning it a drive letter or mount point path, or access it via its UNC path. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 188. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So we have the following statements. Statement 1, the Azure Cosmos DB API is configured separately for each database in an Azure Cosmos DB account. Statement 2, partition keys are used in Azure Cosmos DB to optimize queries. Statement 3, items are contained in the same Azure Cosmos DB logical partition can have different partition keys. So the right options are, so the first statement is no. The API determines the type of account to create. Azure Cosmos DB provides 5 APIs, Core and MongoDB for document and Gremlin for graph data. Azure Table and Cassandra. Currently, you must create a separate account for each API. So the second statement is true. Azure Cosmos DB uses partitioning to scale individual containers in a database to meet the performance needs of your application. In partitioning, the items in the containers are divided into distinct subsets called logical partitions. Logical partitions are formed based on the value of a partition key that is associated with each item in a container. Third statement is false. Logical partitions are formed based on the value of the partition key that is associated with each time in a container. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 189. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. When provisioning an Azure Cosmos DB dash, you need to specify which type of API you will use. So the right option here is option account. Let's jump on to the next question. Question number 190. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So you have the following statements. Azure Table Storage within a single Azure storage account supports multiple concurrent reads in a different Azure regions. Statement 2, Azure Table Storage within a single Azure storage account supports multiple concurrent writes in different Azure regions. Statement 3, an Azure Cosmos DB account that uses the table API supports multiple concurrent reads in different Azure regions. Statement 4, an Azure Cosmos DB account that uses the table API supports multiple concurrent writes in different Azure regions. So the right options are, the first statement is true, the second one is false, and the third and fourth statements are true. Which two Azure services can be used to provision Spark clusters? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. The options are Azure Databricks, Azure Log Analytics, Azure Time Series Insights, Azure HD Insight. So the right answer here is option A and option D. Azure Databricks and Azure Time Series Insights. You need to develop a solution to provide data to executives. The solution must provide an alternative graphic interface, depict various key performance indications, and support data exploration by using drill down. What should you use in Microsoft Power BI? The options are a dashboard, Microsoft Power Apps, a data flow, a report. So the right answer here is option D, a report. You have an application that runs on Windows and requires access to a mapped drive. Which Azure service should you use? And the options are Azure Cosmos DB, Azure Table Storage, Azure Files, Azure Blob Storage. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Cosmos DB. At which two levels can you set the throughput for an Azure Cosmos DB account? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. The options are database, item, container, partition. So the right answer here is option A and option C, database and container. What is the characteristics of non-relational data? The options are no indexes, self-describing entities, a well-defined schema, no unique key values. So the right option here is option D, no unique key value. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So you have the following four options. Is an Azure Synapse Analytics feature that retrieves data from Azure Blob Storage by using Transact SQL queries. So the right option here is option Polybase. You need to gather real-time telemetry data from a mobile application. Which type of workload describes this scenario? And the options are online transaction processing, batch, massively parallel processing, streaming. So the right options are option D, streaming. You have a dedicated SQL pool in Azure Synapse Analytics that is only used actively every night for 8 hours. You need to minimize the cost of the dedicated SQL pool as much as possible during idle times. The solution must ensure that the data remains intact. What should you do to the dedicated SQL pool? So the options are scale down the data warehouse units, pause the pool, create a user defined restore point, delete the pool. So the right answer here is option B, pause the pool. Which Azure Data Factory component initiates the execution of a pipeline? The options are a control flow, a trigger, a parameter, an activity. So the right answer here is option B, a trigger. Your company has a reporting solution that has paginated reports. The reports query a dimensional model in a data warehouse. Which type of processing does the reporting solution use? The options are stream processing, batch processing, online analytical processing, online transactional processing. So the right options are option C, online analytical processing. Match the types of activities to the appropriate Azure Data Factory activities. To answer, drag the appropriate type from the column on the left to its Data Factory activity on the right. So the activity types are control, data movement, data transformation. And the options are copy, mapping, data flow, and lookup. So let's see the right types for the answers are data movement for copy, data transformation for mapping, data flow, control for lookup. What are three characteristics of an online transaction processing workload? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And the options are denormalized data, heavy writes and moderate reads, light writes and heavy reads, schema on write, schema on read, normalized data. So the right answers are B, D, and F. Heavy writes and moderate reads, schema on write, and normalized data. Which two activities can be performed entirely by using the Microsoft Power BI service without relying on Power BI desktop? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And the options are report and dashboard creation, report sharing and distribution, data modeling, data acquisition and preparation. So the right options are option A and option D. Report and dashboard creation, data acquisition and preparation. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. In Azure Data Factory, you can use, and we have the following four options to orchestrate pipeline activities that depend on the output of other pipeline activities. So the right options to select is a control flow. You need to develop a solution to provide data to executives. The solution must provide an interactive graphical interface, depict various key performance indicators, and support data exploration by using drill down. What should you use in Microsoft Power BI? And the options are a view, a report, a data flow, Microsoft Power Apps. And the right option here is option B, a report. Which two Azure services can be used to provision Apache Spark clusters? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And the options are Azure Time Series Insights, Azure HD Insights, Azure Databricks, Azure Log Analytics. So the right options are option B and option C, Azure HD Insights and Azure Databricks. You have a quality assurance application that reads data from a data warehouse. Which type of processing does the application use? The options are online transaction processing, batch processing, and an online analytical processing, stream processing. So the right options are option A, online transaction processing OLTP. Which three objects can be added to a Microsoft Power BI dashboard? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. The options are a report page, a Microsoft PowerPoint slide, a visualization from a report, a data flow, a text box. So the right option here is So the right options are option A, C, and option E. A report page, a visualization from a report, a text box. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are a Microsoft Power BI dashboard is associated with a single workspace. A Microsoft Power BI dashboard can only display visualization from a single dataset. A Microsoft Power BI dashboard can display visualization from a Microsoft Excel workbook. So the right options are the first two statements are false and the third statement is true. Which Azure Data Factory components provides the compute environment for activities? And the options are SSIS packages, an integration runtime, a control flow, a pipeline. So the right options are option B, an integration runtime. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A Microsoft Power BI, and we have the following four options, enables user to create highly formatted, fixed layered documents optimized for printing and archiving. So the right option here is paginated report. What are two uses of data visualization? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. So the options are option A represents trends and patterns over time. Option B implement machine learning to predict future values. Option C communicate the significance of data. And option D enforce business logic across reports. So the right answer here is option A and option C. You need to use Transact SQL to query files in Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 from an Azure Synapse Analytics data warehouse. What should you use to query the files? The options are Azure Functions, Microsoft SQL Server Integration Services, Polybase, Azure Data Factory. So the right options here is option C, Polybase. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. The statements are you can copy a dashboard between Microsoft Power BI workspaces. A Microsoft Power BI dashboard can only display visualizations from a single dataset. A Microsoft Power BI dashboard can display visualization from a Microsoft Excel workbook. So the right options are the first two statements are false and the third statement is true. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So there you have the following four options. Is an object associated with a table that sorts and stores the data rows in the table based on their key values. And the right options are a clustered index.
Thanks for watching. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, we'd love for you to join our growing community. Just hit that subscribe button. Want a downloadable PDF of these questions and answers? You can grab it from our website, www.shapingpixel.com. Full link is in the description below. Happy learning!